Hello everyone, welcome to my CCI Enterprise course. In this course, you will learn all the technology related to your CCI Enterprise journey. And in case if you are looking for the actual lab type of scenario and the solution, then you can reach out. You can send me email Ratnesh721 Kumar721, that is here, and then I will send you that detailed info that how my students they are preparing for their actual lab training. It will be almost similar that what you will expect in the exam. You can practice. I will help you. I will guide you for 1 month to clear this exam. I will help you step by step how to drill down um, the solution, drill down the technology into small pieces, and I will help you to pass your exam in first attempt. So go for this course. This will be a good place where you can learn the technology. But if you are serious about the CCI lab exam, then you can drop me an email and you can get the detailed info. All right, so let me stop this video, and if you watch this video, you can simply contact me and you can get the information related to the new update that we have in the CCI Enterprise Lab. Thanks everyone, thanks for joining. Today we have SD-WAN workshop. Today is day number 1, and what are the topics that I'm going to cover? I will show you those topics, those agenda for this training. Day 1 for our workshop. Let me quickly show you the agenda for this training. Oh, where is that? Yeah. So here you can see that day 1 we'll go and discuss about basics of SD-WAN architecture. And then I shared one folder with you guys that if you want to create your own home lab, you can spin up those OVA files and you can create your own lab in VMware Workstation. Apart from that, we have one EVNG lab as well that is basically used for CCNP or CCI study. That also I share with you. Tomorrow I will log into that lab as well, EVNG lab, and I will show you that how you can go and utilize that lab. Apart from that, we have lab hosted over cloud. That is pretty good lab, very good stable. I have booked that lab for everyone for next 5 days. So whatever we will study today and tomorrow, you have plenty of time. You can go and practice those things over the lab. That lab is latest one. It has operating system 20.x. So all the task, whatever task we have listed here, you can go and perform these tasks. Now, good thing about this particular workshop is this, that the topics that you are seeing here, suppose by chance anyone is preparing for their CCI enterprise exam, this is the same content we have in our CCI exam, EI exam as well. So you will understand that particular those objectives as well that we have in the EI exam. That will help you on that as well. Okay, so let's start. I will not take much time on introduction and all, and simply I'll go and start the training. What you have to do, you can go to the shared folder. There is one shared folder. If you go to this folder, in this folder you have different documents. Actually, I'm taking some full-fledged training, means like 25-30 hours training as well, where I am covering different aspects of SD-WAN as well, like SD-WAN security, SD-WAN some advanced concepts, and some more policies, some complex things as well. Um, in these document, if you go and open these documents, you have all those documents here. See, API, GScaler, QS, and high availability, redundancy, and all those things you have here. So document wise, it is there. Now, maybe you think that, okay, how I can go and get these knowledge and information. So good thing is that I have my YouTube channel. Today, I don't know what happened. Since morning, I got 900 subscribers. Whenever I am refreshing, I am getting some subscribers. In my YouTube channel, I have uploaded that 22-hour content that I'm usually taking in my classes. You can see somewhere SD-WAN 0 to hero. So once you complete this workshop, then you can go to this, let me ping this link in the chat window. You can go to this particular link, and then you can complete the rest of the things as well from your side as well. By any chance, if you need my assistance, let me know. I will help you on that. But if you go through it, you will understand everything, because anyways, I'm going to give you the start, and I'm going to cover the complex topic, that is the SD-WAN policy. Rest of the things may be repetition. What you can do, you can go here and you can watch this recording. This is maybe 25 or 30 days training that you can see. 22-hour recording is here. So that will help you to enhance your skill. After this workshop, you can refer this particular video.
Is your link to that in
Yeah,
that
it's
folder?
my, yeah. Oh, I just put this link in the chat window. You can copy. This is you.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah. And
You'll have
after,
another follower because I don't think I follow you, but I should, so I'll follow you.
so I'll get one more subscriber. Okay,
There you
thanks.
go. That's right.
Okay, okay. Thanks for that.
All right, cool.
All right. I think Chuba also joined. Hi, Chuba. Thanks for joining. Okay.
Hi.
So we have started and recording is also going on. Let's dig into the agenda. So here we are. What we are going to discuss first, maybe 30-40 minutes boring stuff. So I will not bore you much. What I will do, 15-20 minutes of theory, and then we'll do some hands-on. Then little bit of theory, and then we'll do the hands-on. So first thing first, let's see that how you can log into the lab that I shared with you. So I shared some credential. Okay, this is what, and this is my lab credential. So what you need here, you can see that I have my Cisco AnyConnect. You can see that Cisco
Yes. Uh-huh.
AnyConnect. Yeah. So first of all, you need the URL. So just take that URL, put here. So URL is there, and then it will ask you for username and password. Put the username and the password. So now we are connected with Cisco AnyConnect. Your URL is connected. Next thing you have to do is you have to do the RDP. I have given the RDP address as well. So let me go and do the RDP. RDP address is this 198.168.133.36. Username is dcloud demo user. Username and password is there in that email. You can check that username password. And once you log in, then you will get this particular
Right.
page. Once you go inside, now you have your lab session. So whatever we are going to study, you can perform all the tasks in this. And if you want to access the devices, you can see here we have something called super party or something, MR, some next generation party. You can open that from here. You can
Oh,
access
what's
the
this called?
devices.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, this is a remote NG, next generation type of party.
Is
And
it is
then
it pretty good?
it is good because in this not only you can SSH to the devices, but in the same tool you can RDP as well. So for example, in my branch, I have some client branch 1 VPN 10. So if I double click, you will see that Windows icon will come.
Oh,
So
that's pretty cool. So it has both of them built in. Ooh,
yeah,
I'll have
so
to get that.
so you can
Yeah, it's a
work
good
on that.
tool. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So you can access the devices. Then you can see that we have this vManage dashboard here. It is bookmarked once you go and open. So you have this IP 198.168.1.10, username and
Yep,
password, admin and Cisco.
right.
So the password is C1SCU12345. Let me show you the password. This is the username, this is the password. You can log in and you will land to the dashboard. So this is the way that you can go and log into the devices. Now you don't need to RDP to this IP. Once your VPN is connected from your web browser as well, you can do everything. Like from your web browser, you can go and open that 198.181.10. From here also you can access the vmanage. Use incognito mode or private browsing mode, and you can see it is loading. It will load up. Apart from that, what you can do, that the devices, right? So I have my secure CRT here. So those devices, I created folder here for SD-WAN. SD-WAN, you can see SD-WAN, and let me close these sessions. XR. And from here also, I can double click to these bookmarks that I have created, and I can log in from here as well. So no need to go to RDP and access. I can access those devices from my local system as well. And you can access to the vmanage. Vmanage will be pretty slow from your laptop. Use that private mode, or for vmanage accessing, I will go and log into this place where from here it will be faster. Response is faster.
Mm.
Okay, so this is how we can go, and now you can see that vmanage here in my dashboard as well. You can go and log into the devices with this lab, that credential that I gave to you. Okay.
Did you log in using the Cisco password?
Yeah, I have shared the password to everyone. First, you have to
Right.
connect with the AnyConnect, and then you can RDP. Or if even if you don't want to RDP, then you can take the IPs here. So how it is, you can go here to this remote next gen. If you click to any of the device, here it will show you the IP
Oh, okay.
198.181.10, and the password is same, Cisco 12345. So once
Right.
you have
Okay.
this IP, then you can come back here,
With a browser. Got
yeah,
it.
browser and even the CLI as well, and you can create your own bookmark here in your secure CRT or any of the browser that you are using, any of these terminals that you are using. So see, this is the IP and then the username and password. So you can access from your laptop as well. All the time you don't have to go to the remote desktop and access the devices. Sometimes from here it is little bit slow. From your laptop it will be faster. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's go and start the session. Here you will see plenty of documents are there that you can go and access, and then you can see that in YouTube you have the full-fledged training as well that you can go and have a look on that. So introduction of the SD-WAN and introduction of hands-on lab and those things. So from where to start? If you go to this document, you'll see that there is one PPT where I have written day one. So let me see where is day one. Actually, two PPTs are there related to day one that I usually uh, explain in day number one. So you can see this 01 SD-WAN day one and ABC of SD-WAN day one. Let me open both, but they are bookmarked. Yeah, here you can see they will not open day one.
Yeah. So Cisco bought Viptela, right? That's why it's called Viptela.
Yeah, long back they acquired this company, and
Right.
earlier it was Cisco Viptela. You can see my slides, PPTs, it is written Viptela. And now they
Hmm.
have done lots of enhancement in that. So till
Hmm.
16.x, so the image that I will share with you for your home lab, you can see that we have 16.x image. Those images, it was very easy to produce within the lab. Once Cisco has acquired, they put so much certification and all those things. So nowadays it's very difficult to simulate everything in the lab, but still the EVNG lab that I shared with you, there you can go and work on that. That is 18.x.
Okay.
It's very much latest. You can do most of the things in that EVNG file, but you need good amount of resource, RAM and CPU. to run that
Mhm.
particular lab.
How much resource are we talking about that we need to run this at home?
The lab, the EVNG lab that I share with you,
Yes.
see, you need at least 64 gig of RAM,
Mhm.
and you need, I think, minimum 16 CPU, vCPU.
Oh, okay. All right.
16
Thanks.
and 64 will work, but more is better if you have more.
Mhm.
So it will work, the performance will be better. Now what happened that in the new lab that we have, the CCI EI 1.1, the new update. So Cisco has updated their SD-WAN to 20.x. Earlier it was 18 dot something, 20.x. In 20.x, you need 64 vCPU and 120 gig of RAM.
Yeah.
60.
Yeah.
64 because of DNA center, I think.
Yeah, minimum is 32 VCP, but if you have dual, then it will reach to 64. So with 32, it will work, but performance will be slow, but you need 64 vCPU. But the lab that I shared with you, it will work on 16 vCPU as well. Okay. All right. So
Just one more question.
yes, please.
Do after this session, do we still have access to your lab?
For 5 days, you have access.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
And then I think you joined late. Then let me ping that link again in the chat window. I have shared the 22 hours video here in the chat window that is available in YouTube, that after this training you can go and watch, so your training will be completed. You will be very good in SD-WAN. And then I have given you the EVNG lab, all the tasks you can perform in that EVNG lab, all the lab tasks. So you don't need any other thing, any other resource or something. Whatever resources are there, obviously you can utilize, it is well and good, but these resources are this much enough that you will be very good in SD-WAN.
Okay.
Okay. All right, great. So let's just start the session. And at the moment, I'll not go through like what is SD-WAN and what is this and that, like, just to kill our time. I will go a little bit faster. Um, and I will try to make this little bit meaningful as well. So you will understand the overall architecture, why we have SD-WAN or why we have different type of SDN product. So before starting to SD-WAN, if I ask you one question, that why SD-WAN? What is your answer?
Well, it's a form of a private network in a sense that has much more flexibility than a VPN.
Flexibility. So your internet as well, you can use as a data path or something like.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
Controlling system is more efficient, and that is uh, less,
always
administrative
less
task is
administrative,
involved in that. Involved.
easy to manage. Okay. Any other point?
And there's higher level of security with SD-WAN.
Yes.
Secure. Okay.
Ready with the backup plans, you can say. Means we are using MPLS internet all at a time, so we can have
Okay.
resource specific uh, path we can
Okay.
decide over based
Application
on the bandwidth
aware
availability.
routing you're talking. Okay.
Yeah.
We can save the bandwidth. Okay. Great. Any other thing you want to add? That is enough, right? So many features. one very one very important thing here is cloud integration.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Cloud integration is also there. So
Well, cloud integration means what though? Because that's a general term. What does that
yeah.
mean, cloud integration?
So um, you have
You're talking
one
about it
vManage.
integrates with their DNAC product. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'll come to that DNAC as well. We have one overall architecture diagram, so we'll understand that. So what is happening nowadays when we are designing a network, then customer, so obviously the network nowadays, it depends upon customer or business requirement. So business requirement is like this. So customer, they are telling, okay, can you give me one orchestrator? From that orchestrator, I can manage my branches or my data center WAN devices or WAN edge. And with the same orchestrator, if I have my virtual routers over AWS or Azure or any cloud, so that also I can manage. So with vManage, you can do that. With vManage, there is one term called cloud on ramp. With vManage, you can create the same template for your branches, as for your physical branches. Same template you can create for your cloud, or maybe you have templates for your cloud hosted devices as well. From same place you can manage. That is one type of integration. There are other integration as well. So integration in terms of SaaS applications also. So you can
Okay.
monitor the SaaS applications hosted over cloud, and then your traffic will go via some secure cloud gateway, via Zscaler or via Cisco Umbrella, any cloud gateway, and then you can use those resources. Such type of uh, integration we have. The nice thing about this is this, that all these integration you can manage from single pane of glass, from same place, from vManage dashboard. And what Cisco wants now, that they want to integrate this DNA and SD-WAN and ACI to one GUI, but it may take 3, 4, 5 years, don't know. But they have the blueprint that they want to integrate, at least at this point of time, Cisco DNAC and Cisco SD-WAN in the same place. You can see that in DNA we have that option that we can at least we can open SD-WAN. So at the moment, we don't have that much integration that from DNA, I can do all the SD-WAN tasks. But maybe in future, we'll get that.
Mhm.
So the point here is this, related to SDN, is this, that decoupling of data and control plane. So we are decentralizing the control plane, and we are taking all the controls, at least 90% of control, to the control plane that will be hosted anywhere. So if you go and check that deployment of your SD-WAN, when you will go and deploy the SD-WAN, you have to deploy the controllers and you have to deploy the branch devices. Your controllers may be hosted over Cisco cloud, actually either AWS or Azure or any public cloud, but Cisco will tell that, okay, we will host the controllers, or it may be some MSPs, maybe HCL or NTT or any of the companies. They will tell, okay, we can provide you the control plane. What you have to do, that uh, uh, that uh, you just manage your branch devices, and then everything will be managed from the controller. We'll upgrade the vManage and all the controllers, etc., etc. Right? Or the other option you have, that you have all those devices in your premises, somewhere in DC or HQ, from where you are managing the control plane and data plane devices from your side, from yourself. Right? Okay, so I'll not go little bit more on this, but you are right. Whatever points you are telling here, it's 100% correct. So we have a WAN. Now we are moving our WAN to SD-WAN. Why? Because we want flexibility, security, integration, ease of management, higher visibility, telemetry, all those things adding, coming to one point. And then we have the SD-WAN. Now, good thing about this SD-WAN is this. So, remember, you think like this, okay, OSPF. Think about OSPF. Oh, OSPF. Oh, Juniper can run OSPF. Cisco devices can run OSPF. Anyone can run OSPF, right? Means OSPF is like open source, industry standard. But when it is coming to SD-WAN, Cisco has their own, then Fortinet has his own, then
Right.
Palo Alto has his own, VMware has his own. Means all the networking company, they have their own SD-WAN, because actually this is not a standardized, this is not open source, it's like customized. So all these parties, what they are doing, they are telling, okay, I will go and use my routing protocol. So they will give you one routing protocol, and then they will tell that this routing protocol is very special, you can use it. This is management overlay management protocol. If you go and see all these protocols, means the management protocols, you will see that this is nothing but BGP. So BGP is something that is there everywhere. Everywhere you will see the flavors of BGP as a management protocol. I'll come to that point. Let me quickly go and go through slowly here and go to the next slides. So
So
at this point,
you're saying SD-WAN is a wrapper for BGP? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'll come to that point. The overlay management protocol that we have, OMP, it's very much like customized BGP, customized
Okay.
MPLS, customized segment routing, it's like that. So we'll see that. Okay, so why we want, that's the why already you told that all these securities we have. Different vendors, they have their SD-WAN. Now, one thing we should discuss at this point of time, okay, so now you're showing me 200 vendors for SD-WAN. Which one is good? Which one I'll
I was
go
going
and
to
choose?
ask you which one do you like the most? I'm going to guess it's Cisco.
Okay, I'll give you my opinion. So it depends that which particular SD-WAN is better. It depends upon the condition, upon the criteria, means what is your requirement. So you will see here in this list that VeloCloud is there, Viptela is there, Versa is there, Silverpeak, Citrix, and so on. Now, if you are looking for a SD-WAN that is suitable for enterprise and you want secure SD-WAN, then you can go for Cisco. So you can see this Viptela, Cisco Viptela. You can go with this.
Mhm.
Now, suppose if you are looking for cloud integrated or cloud aware SD-WAN, then you can go for VeloCloud. Then you can even go for Versa. Versa is also good for the enterprise and the cloud integrations. Now, suppose if you are looking for application aware SD-WAN, then you can go for Silverpeak. Silverpeak is
Silverpeak.
a company, they are developing this WAN optimizers. Now, Silverpeak acquired by which company? I don't know. Maybe HP has acquired Silverpeak. So this is acquired, this VeloCloud acquired by VMware, Viptela acquired by Cisco, Versa at the moment they have their own SD-WANs. And then you can see Citrix and Riverbed and Talari, Kesa and all those. Juniper also have their SD-WAN. So some SD-WAN are good related to cloud integrations. Some SD-WAN are good for ISP. So for example, Versa, you will see most of the uh, service provider, they will prefer Versa. Why? Because creating multi-tenancy is easy in Versa. Then the Viptela, even VeloCloud also, they are tenant aware. So creation of tenancy in VeloCloud and Versa is very much better than Viptela. In Cisco SD-WAN, it's like difficult to create multi-tenant. How you can go and um, divide the resources, the controller resources to different controllers is actually difficult. But by default, the nature of the VeloCloud and Versa, they are multi-tenant supported. Then coming to Silverpeak, there is one story about Silverpeak. Like first 2-3 years, Silverpeak was trending like number 1 SD-WAN, and
Right.
then slowly other vendors, they upgraded their code, their marketing, sales, everything, and then still if you go and see, maybe you find that in Gartner chart, maybe VeloCloud is 1, Versa is 2, Viptela is 3, Silverpeak is 4, like that. They are very close to each other. But again,
Uh-huh.
it depends upon the use case, that what type of branch you have, what type of network you are supporting, and according to that, you can go and choose the SD-WAN flavor. Now, good thing about all these SD-WAN, if you go and read 1 or 2 SD-WAN, then you will understand others as well. So suppose if you are studying Cisco, and if you go and study Silverpeak, VeloCloud, then others will come automatically. And again, let me advertise my YouTube channel one more time. So let me, if you are interested, so there is one video I created that will give you comparison. Actually, the course is there, VeloCloud. In same video, I have recorded public this one, 9 hours of content related to Viptela, VeloCloud, and Silver Peak.
Oh, cool.
So if you watch this video, then you will understand the basics of all these three SD-WAN.
Oh, that's
And
great. Yeah. Make sure you put that in the chat.
yeah, sure. Let me put here in the chat window. So you will understand all these things and their, at least their dashboard, how this dashboard look like and all those things. Now see 51. We started with 42, 51. Today I don't know what is happening.
Yeah,
My
you just
subscribers are
had one.
increasing.
You just had one more.
Okay, so 2 I have today. Okay. All right. Great. So one question here is that what is SDN? Decoupling data control plane. Why SD-WAN? Because we want these advantages, utilization of resources, bandwidth, security, cloud integration, and all those things. And obviously, it will provide you the cost benefit and the security as well. So these things are key highlights. People are moving to the SD-WAN. One funny thing is there, few of the CEOs of the company, what they are telling, okay, let's do like this. First 2 years we will use Cisco, and after 2 years we will use VeloCloud, and after 2 years we'll use um, Silver Peak. Why? So they are telling SD-WAN as a service. Use SD-WAN as a service. So if my hardware will get refreshed, then I will check the market, which SD-WAN is trending, and I will use that SD-WAN. Okay, so again, it depends upon architecture and design. If companies are flexible and if they have their devices, mostly if they have their devices virtual, then its migration is actually easy. You can move from one platform to other platform. So you have fixed platform and you have virtual devices, appliances. Movement is easy. If you are fixed with the hardware, that time movement is little bit slow. So then we have
Does each vendor offer SD-WAN as a service so you don't have to have the
yeah,
hardware?
at least Juniper will offer you, VeloCloud will offer you. But you
Okay.
can check SD-WAN as a service. Cisco also have, Cisco also have SD-WAN as a service, in the sense that control plane they will manage. They'll tell, okay, I will manage your control plane. Do not worry about upgrading the images and bugs and this and fixing anything. And then about the branches. So branch also we have option. We can go for virtual branches as well. You can put one server. In that server, you can put all those things. In the same server, you can put the routers, firewalls, load balancers, IPS. That is something called ECNS, Enterprise Compute Network System from Cisco. So you have your virtual branch, and over the public cloud, you can go and take some routers from the marketplace, install there, and it will work as a gateway there in the cloud.
Hmm.
So it
Okay.
is there. Yeah, you can utilize that. You can see all these VNF, virtual network function. They are supporting this virtualization.
Hmm.
Okay. So now you can see that what Cisco will provide you within Cisco systems, they will provide you the security feature. Now within SD-WAN, we have one more topic called SD-WAN SecOps. So if we compare Cisco with other vendors, because this is Cisco centric slide, so you will see here that you have uh, firewall, IPS, and here we have Cisco and ISR. So within Cisco ISR, yes, then optimizers, then rest of this security. At least these three are the security feature that you will see that the other vendors, all the vendors, they will provide you firewall, at least firewalling rule, but they do not have up to L7 firewall. In terms of firewalling and the security, you can go and utilize this Cisco, but VeloCloud, they have counterpart. They're telling that we are supporting Palo Alto, we are supporting Checkpoint. If you go and put some code related to these third party, then we will support all those things. So things are there, means someone has to go and do some POC, do some study before choosing the actual hardware, actual SD-WAN. Okay, but these are the feature comparison you can see here. At least with three vendors: Cisco, VMware, and Silver Peak. Okay, all right. So what is SDN? We have discussed about this SDN, and now I'm going to show you one very important diagram. This diagram relates to Cisco innovation related to multi-domain architecture. Now, what Cisco tried to do nowadays, that they want to introduce multi-domain architecture. Multi-domain architecture means that you have one global routing table for your branches, for your data center, for your LAN, local area LAN, and that will be your multi-domain architecture. At the moment, what is happening, that if someone has SDA, someone has DNA, then DNA, here you can see that this router is working as a, if you know DNA, you know that in DNA we have something called border router, control router. So this is working as a DNA control border, and this is working as a SDN edge. So it has two roles. If you have mix of DNA and if you have mix of SD-WAN, this is very much that customers are using nowadays. And if you see this CCI blueprint also, we have such type of requirement that few branches they are running SDA, few branches they are running DMVPN. Means few branches are SD-WAN branches, few branches are WAN branches. And then how routing will happen, how traffic flow will happen, all those things are there up to that point. But we have integration with SD-WAN and ACI as well, and all these three entities, they can be integrated with same AAA server, same ICE server. So whatever tag you will create at one place, that tag will propagate from one location to other location. So you have resources in data center and users in different branches. So that's those tags will get and reflect because of this ICE and because of this multi-domain architecture. You can go and create micro segmentation rule within this particular architecture. Okay, so this is the architecture that so many companies they have converted their infra in this architecture as well, or they are moving towards this architecture. Now if you use this architecture, that means you are locking your LAN, WAN, and data center to ACI centric infra. Even in the data center, you can go and use Cisco NSX-T as well. That is also one of the nice data center product. And then in that case, you have to check with the VMware that can you integrate your NSX-T with ICE. So they may give you the answer on that. If you want this multi-domain architecture, then obviously you have to use Cisco specific devices all the places. That will be easier integration. Otherwise, if any trouble will come, you have to open two tag case. One is with Cisco, one is with VMware. This thing will happen. All right, so 3-4 points we have discussed so far, like what is SDN, why we are using SD-WAN, different type of SD-WAN market, players, vendor, etc. Right, now we are going to discuss about the architecture of SD-WAN, how this architecture look like. Okay, and before going there, if we have any prior knowledge to SD-WAN, do you know what are the components we have in SD-WAN? Components of
Talking
SD-WAN.
about are you talking about the four different mode things, the four different
Yeah, SD-WAN components, like what is controller, what are those controllers and edge devices and all those things, you know that?
I know some of it, like there's
Like,
a
okay, I'll ask like this. What
Be
is
Smart.
management?
Okay,
Management,
that's what you mean. Be
yeah,
smart, be managed on that. Okay.
management plane. What is that? We
Be
manage, right?
Managed, right?
Yeah.
And control plane.
Be smart.
vSmart.
V Smart.
Yeah, and then orchestration plane.
Is that VBond or is that
vBond, and
yeah.
the data plane devices. vEdge.
Oh,
Yeah.
V Edge. Nope.
CH.
Edge is spelled wrong there.
Sorry for that. vEdge, CH, right? vEdge is Viptela Edge, CH is Cisco Edge. Okay.
Okay.
So these are the components we have. Now these components, they as name suggests, management plane will go and manage the entire fabric, and it can be integrated with the APIs. So all those features you have in the management plane. Control plane is actually one of my favorite topic. My favorite topic is this control plane, because actually we are smart having the intelligence. This is your brain in the fabric. VS Smart will provide the intelligence in the fabric. With VS Smart policies, you can do segmentation or segment routing, you can do route uh, redirection, service chaining, application aware routing, everything you will create to vManage, push to VS Smart, and from VS Smart it will go to all the devices. So actual brain here, actual intelligence that we have in the fabric is due to VS Smart. And then you have orchestration normal. This is something that if some device is joining the fabric or leaving the fabric or doing first time authentication, then vBond will come into the picture. And then finally you have your data plane devices at different branches like vEdge, cEdge. Okay. So understanding this, you have any difficulty? It's easy, right? Only the four names you have. Only four names you
That
have.
part's easy.
Okay,
Yeah.
and if you can see this architecture, this is the architecture. This is the blueprint. You know, just in this slide, we can go and spend 30 to 40 minutes to understanding this. Although it seems how simple, it looks like, oh, we manage, we are smart, ISPs and edge devices, right? But if we go on these devices and see that how they are bringing up and joining the fabric, you will understand behind the scene things. Behind the scene, what protocol is running within the VS Smart, from VS Smart to VS devices, what is the communication channel within the vManage and these controllers. It's very interesting. One of the interesting thing we have in Cisco SD-WAN is this architecture. Okay, so what we'll do, let's try to understand this architecture. Okay, and then we will move to next slide. So let me go to my whiteboard. It's not here. Where is my SD-WAN? Okay, and let me do one thing. Go down. Okay, so what I will do, let me go and draw some of the control plane, data plane, management plane devices. So for example, I have my, let me do like this. So red color is for vManage. Let me change the color to red. So this is my vManage. Let me choose some other color for vBond. This is my vBond, and then green one for VS Smart. And then I'll go and use some boxes, blue color boxes for edge device. Suppose I have one edge, two edge, three edge.
Okay.
And then I'll use one other box for ISP and other color. So this is my one of the ISP. And let's give other color, maybe some brown and some orange, other ISP. Okay, let me shift this.
Two,
Here I have
two ISPs. Okay.
Yeah, 2SP. Okay, VBond, VS Smart. I'll write all these names. And you have ISP1, ISP2, and your branches at different locations. Site 1,
Okay.
site 2, site 3. Okay, now let's try to understand this. Let me go and give the name. So this is, let me choose the color, maybe white will be fine. This is my
I wouldn't use white. I would type black.
black.
Well, I don't think white's going to show up very well.
Okay, let's see. Okay, this is small. Let me Excel. Actually, the size is very small. I took a very small size, so that's why it is not showing up. Okay, no problem. I have other option. So let me go and write here the name. Suppose this is my V bond. This is my V smart. This is my V manage. This is again my V smart 2. This is my V smart 1. And okay, let me do one thing. Just a second. Just allow me some time. Let me. If I type V bond, you will understand, right? V manage.
Yeah.
Then this is ISP1. This is ISP2. This is Edge 1. I'll type VE1.
Yeah.
This is VE2. This is VE3. And then I have
Be
my
smart.
VS Smart, suppose VS Smart 1 and VS Smart 2. So I have such type of SD-WAN architecture. Now let's try to understand the connectivity in between them. So when we are talking about connectivity, then let's go and draw the connectivity. So you will see that you have connectivity within the controllers. Later on, I'll explain you about that. Within the controllers, you have this connectivity, or maybe like just one more second, and I will show you that. So I have such type of connection, and from the ISP, I have the connectivity going to different location. So this is having 2 connection, this having 1 connection, and this having 2 connection. Okay, so now we have the architecture. Now we'll try to understand here different pieces. You can see that you have your controllers, controller group like this. And then you can see that you have ISP, and you can see that you have the edge devices. One by one, we'll try to figure out these connections. So what is happening here is this, that the connection that we have within the controllers. So point number 1, these controllers, either they will use a DTLS or TLS to form the connection. Now the V bond will always use DTLS. Means V bond is using UDP based certificate always to form the connection to all the devices. So V bond should have connectivity with VS Smart. So we should have connectivity here as well. That means should have this connectivity as well, and we should have this connectivity as well, right? They have the connectivity to each other. Okay, then point number 3, that the controller to the devices, right? From the controller to the devices also we have the connectivity. So from the controller to the devices, if I go and form the connection, you will see with help of ISP, they have the connectivity. So this red color is the control connection. So this red color is the control connection. So physical connection is there, but you have the control connection as well. And from the vManage also, you have the control connection. So these dotted lines are the control plane. Oops. These dotted lines are the control plane connectivity that we have. Remove this. And from vBond also, you have the connection. But later on, I will explain you that these vBond connections are temporary connection. You have permanent connection only, you have permanent control connection only with the control plane devices, and the control plane devices vManage, vSmart, and the vEdge and cEdge. You don't have permanent connection with vBond. What vBond will do, that vBond will go and form the, it will do the first time handshake.
Mm.
And once it will do the first time connectivity, means it will go and check the serial number, chassis ID, all those things. Once it will do the first time authentication, then its control connection will tear down. Its control connection will break. And we
And it's
have,
because of the UDP that vBond always uses the DTLS. Is that the reason?
because it's not required. Technically, if you see, now think like this. Okay, you have ISP, right? Over the ISP, you have all these control connections. Even to manage this control connection, also you need some bandwidth, right? Why you will create some sort of tunnel or some sort of connection that is not in use, that is not useful? So that's why if you go and read some advanced thing, and that will be there in YouTube video as well that I share. So that's why we are optimizing the control connection as well. We don't want, suppose if I have 1,000 devices, 2 ISP and 4 vSmart, then total number of control connection will become maybe 25,000 or 30,000.
Yeah, right. It'd be too many. Right.
Yeah. So anyways, those control connection, they are using ISP link. So why just to send the ISP, just to send the control connections or control packets, you are utilizing your bandwidth. That's why we have different concepts nowadays in the SD-WAN, that active tunnel, passive tunnel, optimizing the overall control connections. So those optimizations are there. So vBond is there. That's the use of vBond is just to do the authentication, make sure that device is legitimate, that control plane devices are legitimate, and then break down the connection. Later on, if you have to go and remove these devices, so what will happen? That in that stage, again it will connect with vBond, and then vBond will update its database. Oh, this device is removed from my whitelist, and then it will go and update vManage and vSmart that this device is no more in use. It is decommissioned, so you can also update your database.
Hmm.
All right, so the connections that we have, and at the moment just focus on this DTLS connection, although we have option DTLS or TLS, but with the vBond always we have DTLS connection, right? So these control connections, now you can see they are using DTLS, but later on in our study we will study that from vSmart to edge devices we have one control connection. We have one connection, and let me use some bolder.
Through the ISP. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm telling here is this, that later on you will study that we have the OMP session from VSmart, all the VSmart to this. I'm drawing only one here, but it is there with everyone. And within the VSmart also they have the OMP, Overlay Management Protocol. So we have OMP in between the VSmart, and from VSmart
to
to
the edge.
VH devices, but within the VH devices, we don't have OMP. We don't have overlay management protocol within the devices. So important point here is this.
Wait. So the OMP connects to the V edge, but it doesn't pass through the V edges.
For example, suppose if you have two routers and you are running EIGRP. So router 1 and router 2, they are EIGRP neighbors. Like that, OMP is a protocol which is running in between VSmart and VH, but it is not running between VH to VH. So that means that with OMP, whatever you want to send to other guys, it will go via VSmart. Okay, but don't worry, we have full-fledged session on OMP, so I'll explain you that part. At the moment, just try to figure out the underlying protocol, whatever protocols are there, what are the tunnels are there in this architecture. Yeah, please ask.
But the OMP is connecting to a V edge.
It's a protocol, yeah. It's a protocol, yeah. In between
Okay.
VH and VSmart and within VSmart.
Okay.
OMP is very much lightweight BGP. So in that term, BGP term, this VSmarts, VSmart 1 and VSmart 2. So let me write a VSmart working as a route reflector like BGP. OMP is in between VSmart and from VSmart to VH.
Okay.
We have permanent connection between vManage, VSmart to VH, and within vManage, VSmart and VH.
So OMP doesn't connect to vManage at all?
No.
Hmm.
I haven't touched that part, otherwise this topology will become too complex. So your question, your question is, okay, how vManage is communicating to VSmart and VSmart to VH. So VSmart to VH is OMP. vManage to VSmart communication is netconf.
Oh boy.
vManage is using netconf protocol, because what is vManage? vManage is nothing but database. It has database
Okay.
for all the configuration, all the statics, all the network stats and all. So when vManage has to push anything, like if you go and create the policy, template, anything from vManage will go and use netconf, is using port 830, netconf to push those configuration to VSmart and VH. So there are concepts related to pushing the policy, pushing the configuration that we will check after maybe 5-10 minutes. But yeah, your question is valid, that how these guys are communicating. That's why I told you that this diagram itself will take some time to figure out. Okay, and just last point for this architecture, I'll not go more than that, then we'll draw other diagram to understand this. Final thing is this, that VH devices, so VH to VH, we have IPsec tunnel.
Oh, is that what they're doing?
So within these VH devices, if I go and draw within these VH devices, let me go and use some black color.
Sectons.
So they are the IPsec tunnel in between these devices.
What's establishing those? Is that something through the OMP that's turning those on, or is it just something built into VEdge that says, okay, create an IPsec tunnel between
Yeah.
the edges.
So this is really nice question. Question here is this, that how we edge. I'm writing in the chat window, so just I will be answering later on. How
Okay.
VH will form IPsec tunnel. It is in the chat window. Okay, I will answer that. So at this point of time, you can see that where is DTLS, where is OMP, and where is this IPsec tunnel. So we have the data plane tunnel, IPsec tunnel for exchanging the data. Right. This is the overall architecture we have related to the topology. In this architecture, if you have any question, please feel free to ask.
So the one question, the OMP only connects to VE1, it doesn't connect to VE2 or VE3?
So you are telling that OMP is connecting only. I told you earlier that I haven't done that. Let me quickly go and draw. So just like this.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so each OMP goes to each one. Okay.
Yeah,
I
everywhere.
just wanted, yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay.
So OMP is there.
Okay. Wow. There's a lot of communication going on there, huh?
Yes, you're right. Yeah, lots of communication going. So this is the architecture. Let's go back to the slide that we have. Let me clear all my drawing. Let's go back to the slide. So there are so many problems, and then Viptela came with the solution that centralized management, cloud integration, security, segmentation, and all those things. Now, once we go and complete our day 1 and day 2, then you will understand this particular diagram. This is actually a very busy diagram. There are actually, this is summary of whatever you will study, and even in YouTube, whatever you study for that 22 hours, it will summarized here. So what it is telling, that with SD-WAN, SD-WAN will provide you zero touch provisioning or zero touch edge, because they have the zero touch provisioning, encrypted fabric, segmentation within the VPN, multiple topology support, service redirection support, independent of transport support, all those features they have. And then they have intelligent QoS, WAN path control, app visibility, application aware firewalling, and then finally you can go and integrate with some third-party monitoring tools and integrate with APIs as well for automation and orchestration. So it's like open architecture ready to do all the services, all the business required services. Yeah, so actually related to this particular slide that you are seeing here, we have lab for everything. You will see that we have lab for zero trust provisioning, secure the fabric, the segmentation, the service redirection, everything we have lab related to that. Okay, so we'll come back to this slide later on. Okay. And we'll move to the next slide. So this is the summary that we have studied earlier. And oops. Okay. Now, little bit brief introduction about these control plane devices. Already we know that these are the devices serving these purposes, and you can go and install these devices over any compute over ESXi. So what we will do now, that we'll go and try to spin up these devices in our VMware workstation. Apart from that, you can see that the architecture of this hardware. Now in the document list, you will see there is one folder CCNP SD-WAN. In that particular, you will see the PPT deck number 1. There I have added the latest models as well. So let me quickly show you this. If you go here to the folder, and once you are here, you can see part 1 and part 2, part 1, part 2, part 3. So if I open the slide part 1 or part 2 for CCNP Enterprise, Oops, let me go back.
Or the hardware.
Yeah, I have, yeah, so these are the latest hardware, Cisco hardware that is supporting the SD-WAN feature like ISR devices and ISR 1000, 4000 and ASR 1000, etc. So before going further, I will give you one very interesting input related to these hardwares. So let me give you that insight. So if I go to the hardware section here, somewhere we have this hardware, like list of hardware. Now you will understand here that the SD-WAN hardware that we are seeing here listed here, right? And then we have Cisco hardware as well, right? There is difference. We know that Cisco is supporting iOS XE image, and this Viptela, they came with Viptela OS. Now this Viptela OS was a native SD-WAN image. That means the Viptela operating system, they have better performance than related to iOS XE images. Why I'm telling like this?
They
Because
embedded the Viptela OS into the XE.
yeah, so in XE, what is happening? The ISR devices, you are putting some SD-WAN daemon
Uh,
to run this SD-WAN services. Those are not natively supported to that. You are creating some sort of container, putting that image, and then it is working as a host SD-WAN. So then what Cisco has done that they came with ISR 1100. They have native Viptela operating system, Viptela OS. So they are supporting all the features that you have in the VS devices, same type of look and feel you will see in the ISR. So they took the operating system from the Viptela and then they have put within their hardware. Okay, so that comparison is very important, that while purchasing the hardware, make sure that the hardware, how much SD-WAN native feature it is supporting. That is one of the good interesting point while doing the purchase related to hardware. Now, there is another point here related to this production and work environment. For example, if one customer having 400 ISR devices and they want to use SD-WAN, so then Cisco, they are giving them offer, okay, your hardware is still can be supported for next 3 years. What you do, if you want SD-WAN feature, upgrade your image to 17 dot something or to 16 dot something, and then my SD-WAN will support that. So in that case, customer do not need to purchase the new hardware. They have existing hardware. Once they upgrade the image, SD-WAN will get supported. So that is also one aspect, like why Cisco SD-WAN has this much of deployment. Um, Still, if you see the market capture, you will see mostly maybe 50% or maybe 40% Cisco having their market related to SD-WAN, because ISR devices, ASR devices, they are good in terms of hardware, they are good. So then customers, they are using, they are thinking, why not to upgrade the image so it will natively support the SD-WAN as well. Like it will support the SD-WAN as well, not natively. Patching will be there. So this patch update will support the SD-WAN as well. So they don't need to go and purchase the hardware. So that is one interesting aspect we have here. Then coming back to the controllers, I told you that we have the controller devices. When it is coming to controller devices, then you can go and install over any of the compute. And in this case, we are going to install over our VMware workstation. I will show you that how you can go and install it. Now, if you want to create your own lab, home lab that we were talking earlier, then what are the considerations you have? So let's try to understand the consideration that we have. If you want to create our lab, or if you want to the setup, if you want to do the setup related to the SD-WAN. So the considerations we have here is this. Let me use some pink color or maybe orange color. Okay, consideration we have is this. First of all, install the OVF or OVA file. to compute, right? Then you have to do some mandatory basic system config. Make sure all control plane devices are reachable. Otherwise, do basic routing. Then finally, configure the transport and then do the certification process. Now these steps are there for control plane devices. This is for bringing up the control plane devices. If you have to go and bring up the data plane devices, and if you have virtual form factor like virtual edge or virtual Catalyst 8000 series devices, so for data plane devices in virtual form factor, then you have a step number 1, same as above. A step number 2, same as above. A step number 3, same. Your devices should reach to the controller. Like steps, you have to follow the same step. This is also same, you have to configure with some other VPN. And yes, you have to do the certification, but this will be easy certification because what is happening, the number of control plane devices are less, so there you can go and do some manual certification. But suppose if you have 2000 data plane devices, then you will not go and do manual install for certificate and all. So there the certification is very much automated. With the automation, it will complete the certifications, right? So now what we will do, that first of all, first 10 minutes we will go and understand the basic configuration. I will make sure that you will understand the basic configuration, and then once we understand the basic configuration within 10-15 minutes, then we will go and do this operation. Then we'll go and try to bring up the control plane devices. So let's continue for next 15 minutes, and then we'll take one 10-minute short break, tea break. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's go here and let me enlarge the space here. Okay. So point number 1, installing is easy. I will show you the installation process and all, but you have to understand at this point of time. Now you think that you are familiar with SD-WAN, and now you can do little bit of operation related to SD-WAN. Now you have to understand the networking within the SD-WAN. So if I have one edge box, if I have one device, so suppose we manage, suppose I have one vManage. Now this particular vManage, I want to make this vManage a part of my SD-WAN management plane. I will spin up this over any compute. So that is done. Now what you want? I want to access this device via some management access, and then I want to connect one of the interface to the ISP. So I have the connectivity to the ISP.
So do you have to use like a /30 between those devices, or can you, is there a ruling
/24
on
is,
that?
yes, /24 is also okay, no problem.
Oh, okay.
No problem on that. And then, so suppose this is my vManage. It's a very interesting thing that we are going to do now. Suppose this is my vManage, and I need one interface that will be the management. So I'll type mgmt interface. You will see here that in Viptela, in Cisco SD-WAN, we have different type of VPN for different type of services. They are termed as a VRF in Cisco. In Viptela, it is VPN, but it's a VPN or VRF, both are same thing. So management interface will be part of VPN 512. And then you have your transport, means WAN facing interface. This is my WAN facing interface. This is termed as a VPN 0. This is nothing but my transport VPN. Okay, so that means, because this is virtual device, that means you need two VNIC.
Yeah, two
One
virtual
VNIC
interfaces.
for management and one VNIC for VPN 0, right? Then later on, if you go and study more about this, you'll come to know that we manage, because this is management plane, always management plane devices, they are in cluster format. Always they are having the cluster. So that means this device having cluster of 3, 1, 2, 3. Now if it is in a cluster, then you need one extra VNIC, right? And that is
Right, for
for
the cluster to connect. Yeah,
inter cluster communication. But in
right.
our deployment, we have only one vManage, so we will not use this. But technically, if you have 3 in a cluster, you need one more VNIC. So you need 3 VNIC, right? Then the other consideration for vManage is this, that vManage having database. So once you go and spin up this, you have to give some data store. Otherwise, it will not spin up. So you can go and check the data sheet that to manage 500 devices, what will be the resources required? To manage 2000 devices, what will be the resources required? How much data is store required, etc., etc. Right. So in our lab, when I will spin up, I will give some 10 gig of hard disk, and then I'll give two interfaces, one for management purpose, one for transport VPN. Right. This is the requirement for the vManage. Now let's go back to vSmart. So if I have vSmart, then I need only two interface. I need only two. One is for management, and then I need only one interface for transport 0. This is for my vSmart and for my vBond. For vSmart and vBond, both you need only two VNIC, right? But when it is coming to edge devices, in our labs, for example, our edge devices is also in virtual form factor. So if I have my edge devices, so my edge devices, they also need some sort of management interface. This yellow color is management interface, and then they need transport VPN. But this is your router where you will go and connect the LAN, or maybe you will go and connect the other devices as well, right? So that means you need some other interfaces. So suppose if I have two more interface 1, and let me change the, suppose if I have two more interface, and this green interface, they are my service side VPN interfaces. That range will be starting from 1 ending with 511. That means you can create VRF 1 up to VRF 511. Nowadays we can create up to 65,000 VRF practically, but no one need that. In any organization you will see hardly 4 to 5 VRF, that's it. So you can create service side VPN. So these interfaces, these green interfaces will be your service side VPN. This interface will be your transport VPN, that is VPN 0.
0,
and this will be your
5,
management
12.
interface, that is VPN 512. Right. So this is the VPN interface requirement, some compute requirement and all. But once you bring up these devices, you need, so while we'll go and bring up these devices, we need some sort of minimum configuration as well. So what minimum configuration required? I have to go and do that configuration related to system-wide configuration. In that system-wide configuration, I need what I need? System IP. Then what I need site ID. These are the new terms we have in SD-WAN. Then what I need, we need vBond IP. Then we need the
ID or IP?
vBond IP. Site is
IP.
site ID. Everything is IP. System IP, site ID, vBond IP, vBond IP address. IP is
Okay.
IP address. And
Right.
then we need some sort of, obviously you have to give the host name as well. And then you should give the organization name, organization name. So within the system-wide configuration, these are the 5 mandatory things you have to go and provide. And then what you want to do, you have to go and do the VPN 0, VPN 512 configuration. Make sure the routing is okay. So if you do these things, these are the minimum configuration required to bring up the devices. So if you go and spin up the vManage device, so we'll go and assign some NIC, some database. Then once it is up and running, then we have to go and give the system IP, site ID, vBond IP, host name, organization name. Obviously, we should give the host name first, and then system IP, site ID, etc., etc. Whenever they will boot, they will come with some host name as well, so there is no problem technically. But yeah, the order should be like host name, then system IP, site ID, vBond, and organization name, right?
Mm.
So what we will do now, that let's go and spin up one of the device, and then we'll take some break, 10-minute break. So there is one folder. Let me show you that. We have one folder here. That folder name is working home lab. And yeah, if you go to this home lab, what I have done for your reference, I have uploaded one video. 4-hour video is there, which is very informative, very good, clear cut video is there. How to bring up your home lab. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. So if I open this is opening in my other side.
Okay, cool.
Let me quickly.
Oh, you use GNS3. Nice. Did we lose you?
Sorry, you are able to hear me?
Oh, now I can. Yeah.
Okay. So how long you are not able to hear me?
Just about
10 seconds or so.
10 seconds. Yeah.
Okay, okay. When I open this video, okay, no problem. So what I'm telling here is this, that in this video, I have, you can see that I have the edge devices that is there in GNS. And remember, I have given you a cloud lab. So that means assume that I have given you cloud controllers. Your controller hosted over cloud. That means with that controllers, you can integrate any device that you have at your home. Why? Because from my PC, I can ping to the controller, So that means if I have the device, I can connect with that controller, discover that device in that controller. That means that your cloud controller may be anywhere. If you have right authority, if you can ping to that controller, if your controller is reachable, then it will be the part of the fabric. So that's why I try to explain here in first maybe 20-30 minutes. And then the lab that we are going to do, and these things and certification on all those things, and explaining that the software and the steps and those things. Okay, so nice reference, you can go and check that. Okay, apart from that, in this home lab folder you can see some these notes are there. So you can see in the certification steps other some useful commands. These are very useful command to bring up your home lab. Now actually, you know, you don't need to actually build your home lab, because anyways I have given you EVNG lab where you can practice. And if you go and bring up this home lab, you will see there is one folder called working. Somewhere you will see working. In this you have images, but these images are 16 and 17. They have very less features compared to 18, 19, 20. But the point here that why you will go and practice your bringing up your home lab, just to understand that behind the scene things are happening, how they are happening, how if someone has to bring up the control and data and all those things, how they will do, because this is happening. And then we have the control plane and data plane and the connections and all those things. Okay, so just to make sure that you're understanding the SD-WAN and the components and all those things, that's why this folder is there, home LAN and the home lab and the images. Okay, so make sure that you are starting from zero. You are seeing this SD-WAN from scratch, and then you can
Yes.
build your knowledge on top of that. Okay, all right. So if I go and open this bootstrap and let me open this. Bootstrap is the configuration that will show you the minimum configuration to bring up the device. So here you can see I have bootstrap configuration for vmanage, vbond. And why I use this, because you need some sort of certificate to bring up the devices. And I have my certificate with this company name. So again, this is just for the lab purpose. We have the bootstrap configuration. If I go and use the certification steps, so you have to go and use this long lengthy certification steps to bring up everything in this. No
Oh, I
worries.
see. Are they self-signed certificates that are, or do you have to get them from an outside source?
Yeah, so we will make vmanage to work as a certification server,
Okay.
and from there we'll go and install the root certificate in the vmanage, and from there it will sign the certificate to different locations. We'll see that step how it is. Okay, and what is certification other step? Let me quickly
Cool.
see this. I put everything at one place, so later on you just follow these steps,
Right.
and it will work. One second, let me maximize this. Okay, certification process is like something that is like system admin type of job, but we'll do that today. Okay, so let's go here and let's go to the folder where we have the image. Somewhere you will see something called working. Open that. Start with 16. Here you have this licenses and files as well. You will see vmanage. I'll double click. So my VMware, oops, it is opening in other window. Let me pull here.
You're importing the virtual machine?
Yeah, I will show you that. second, let me fix this. Close this. So just clicking this, I have VMware Workstation 16 in my
Mhm.
laptop. It will ask you what is the name. So I'll give vmanage enter. Now I
Yeah.
can see this import is happening. It is importing that image. Now it's very important here to go here and click the edit virtual
Edit.
machine setting. Yeah.
Mhm.
And assign the resources. My laptop have less resource, so it's little bit slow. Processing is okay. What I want to add here is one of the hard disk, because we manage having the data store.
Right.
I'll give 10 gig NS, and then network adapter. I need two. Why I need two? Because one is for my VPN 0 and
And
one
one's
is
for
for my
512. Right.
management, right? Transport and management.
512. Yeah.
So I'll go here to this, and then I have the VNet one I will use. Then I'll add one more network adapter, and this network adapter I will go here and assign VNet to. Click OK, and then let me power on this. So it is coming up. Okay, let me minimize my, so you can see this. So it's booting, right? It will boot like this. It will take 1 to 2 minutes to come boot up and come up. Now it is asking, now once you see the system ready, then you can go and use admin username and password, and then it is asking that, okay, you have 1 and 2, select the storage. You can go and select the storage 1, and you want to format, yes. You want to proceed, yes. So now it is formatting the hard disk, and it will give 10 gig of store for the vManage database. Again it will boot up and it will come, and this time we are able to log in. So we will see that what is the IP address on which interface. So going on.
Yeah. VMware.
It's going on.
It's working now.
System ready, you can see. Then admin. And now I can go and check the IP address. So I can log in via my local system. And if I go and check show run, I know that font is very, very small, but just wait, I will log in via my secure CRT. I'm just checking that you can see both these interfaces, they are part of VPN 0. But what I want, one interface map to VPN 0, one to VPN 512. So
Right.
we'll go and check the VPN 0 configuration, and it is telling that ETH 0 and ETH 1. So we'll do one thing. What is
It
the
shows
IP?
ETH0 is your VPN 0.
Yeah. So like that we can follow. So I'll do one thing. I'll try to log into this IP 172.10.10.33. So let's go to my secure CRT. In my secure CRT, I have SD-WAN home lab folder and vmanage. But the vmanage IP is different than what I have. My IP is something 172.10.10.33.
And right.
Let me try to log in via this IP.
Yeah. There you go.
Admin, right? Now you can see show run VPN 0. So now what I will do here, that VPN 0 is okay. It has ETH 0 and
There's
ETH0
no
is part.
IP, so you need to
Yeah,
give it an IP, right?
yeah, it's okay. Means this DHCP IP from VMware. I have DHCP servers configured in VMware. From there, it is getting the IP. So VPN 0 IP is okay. What I want to do here that I want to go to VPN 0 and I will do no interface ETH1, and then I will go to VPN 512. There I'll
Oh, and you'll
assign,
put Ethernet there.
yeah, and then IP DHCP client, no shutdown, commit and quit. So now I'm assigning the IP. Now you can see that my management IP is the same that was there earlier in vManage, right? Earlier when I log into vManage. So what I will do
Yep.
now, I want to access my vManage actually from this IP. So I will go and change the IP this. And okay, I'll disconnect this session and I will
Oh,
give
you're
my,
going to put it back into a 192 address, huh?
yeah, the management IP. I'm accessing via the management IP. So now I can go and do the bootstrap configuration or system-wide configuration. So for that, we should have some planning. So if you go and see the configuration, I have created the bootstrap configuration. So in this, you can see system-wide, what is the host name, what is the system IP, what is the site ID, what's the organization name, what is the vBond IP. At the moment, I don't know the vBond IP. So before doing this configuration, I will go and spin up my vSmart and my vBond both.
vBond.
So let's do this quickly. Okay. And it's up to us. Shall I continue or we'll take break and then we'll come back? So let's do one thing. Let me pause the recording. Yeah. Okay. So we have some 15 minutes break and we're back now. So what we have done that we spin up our vManage. Now we want to spin up our other devices, vSmart, and this is vSmart. So for vSmart, we don't need that hard disk and other information. Only thing that we want to assign is this the VNIC. One is for VPN 0, one is for management. So we'll go to edit virtual machine. My laptop is a bit slow. We'll go and give host 1 and we'll add one more, a VNIC, and this will be 2. Let me spin up this. While it is booting up, let me quickly go here and start the. Now you can see here, it's very interesting that the VH, you can see the image is VH, but this VH will work as a VBond. So actually for VBond, there is no separate image. Your VBond, actually your VH image can work as a VBond as well. So let's go here. And before I spin up, I'll make sure that my vSmart is ready. Admin, show interface description. What I will do here that I'll go to VPN 0, no interface ETH1, and then I'll go to VPN 512, and the interface ETH1 is part of that, and then IP DHCP client, no shutdown, and commit and quit. And then we'll see the interface. You should get the IP. Make sure that we have access with this IP 192.168.0.130. So let me go to my bookmark, my marking here, and if you're here, you can see 130. That's right. I was taking the same IP, same range. So vSmart is there. You can check show interface description. So now we have the vManage. Now we have the vSmart. Let's go to the VMware where we have our vBond. For vBond, you will see that already you have 4 interfaces. Why? Why? Because it is actually the edge device working as a vBond. So that's the reason it has these many interfaces, but we need only 2. So first 2 interfaces we will go and assign to VMnet 1 and VMnet 2. Okay. And we will power on this. Okay. Already is in progress. So your vBond is booting. Now for vBond also what we will do, we will see the interfaces, and in that interfaces, one interface will be the part of VPN 0 and other interface will be the part of VPN 512. It will not take until unless you'll get the message called system ready. So we will wait for a few more seconds. Now it will take. Show interface description. I know the font size is very small, but problem. Now I can see that ETH0 is part of VPN in this.
Yep.
And Gigi00, that's okay, because in other devices, if you see what we have done, that ETH0 is part of VPN 0.
Yeah, you got it backwards here. Mhm.
We have all the option that we can go and change it. So let's do this. See, just to make sure that everything is having same type of interfaces. So what I will do, I will go to VPN 512, no interface ETH1, then VPN 0, no interface ETH0. So what I want, VPN 0, I want VPN 0 should be interface ETH1 IP DHCP client, and VPN 512 will part of interface ETH0 IP DHCP client. We should do no shut VPN 0 VPN 0 interface ETH1 no shut, and then we should do commit and quit. Show interface description. Make sure that oops. Okay. VPN 0. It's not no shut, that's why. VPN 512 interface ETH0 IP DHCP client, no shut, and commit and quit. I can see it is gone. Okay, let's see. Show interface description. Why it is? Show run VPN 0. Show run VPN. It become non-operational. Now it is not working. Editing here is like, you know. Okay, what I will do now, no problem. Because we need control plane, and you can see this control plane having this type of issue. Anyways, this interface change will not do any effect, but I'll make sure that we have the correct interfaces. So later on, we don't have any confusion on that. So that means that VPN ETH0 is part of VPN 512. So making sure that ETH0 is part of VPN 512, and maybe ETH1 is part of VPN 0. We want to make sure that. No problem. We have our own hardware and everything. Oops. I think I use same black color. We have
No, it
our,
was there.
yeah. So what I'm telling that ETH0 we will assign to VPN 512, and ETH1 interface we will assign to VPN 0.
Oh, you're going to flip it around.
Yeah. So we'll make sure that. Now let me go here to VPN 0 and VPN 0, no interface ETH. You can see VPN 0 part of, okay, so no interface 1, and then it has interface. It should have VPN 0 should have, okay, no interface ETH 0. So VPN 0 must have interface ETH1,
One.
right? IPTS no shutdown. And likewise, VPN 512 will do no interface ETH. So
One.
yeah, and then interface ETH 0 and IP DHCP client no shutdown. Commit and quit. Show interface description. Now I lost my one of the interface, that is the uh, that is my management interface. So let's see here. Let me go and stop this. Manage. We'll go here.
You didn't lose the interface. You just need to restart it.
Yeah, right. If I restart, maybe it will come, right? And no problem. Interface is there, but it is not showing there. So I need to shut down and then I need to restart maybe. Let's see if restart will work. Otherwise, we will do some other thing. Okay. Power on. Go to vManage, vSmart as well. You'll wait for 10-15 seconds. System ready. Interface description. See now. So now you can see that ETH0 is part of
512.
512. That's right. And ETH1 is part of VPN 0. Great. Admin, show interface description. 0 is part of this and 512, right? IP also, you can see IP schema. So the management interface having IP 192.168. So here, that's a swap. Management interface having IP, here you can see management. That's the problem actually with the we can understand this IP schema. I need IP for VPN 0. Either I need 192 or 172. So
Yeah,
in
one
these
or the
two
other.
devices, it is okay. But here you will see it is not right. So we have other option. We'll go here. I'll show that how we can do that. Let me shut down this first. We will go here and swap the interfaces to the VBond, just to make sure that we are getting correct range of IP address in the management and in the transport. So we are here and we can go here and in where okay, so upper one, yeah. This I'll make 2 and this I'll make 1. Some
Yeah.
networking stuff, right?
That'll work. Sure.
So meanwhile, let's see that management IPs. So for this, I have management IP 172.10.10.33. And for this, I have management IP .34. So for vBond, I should get the management IP dot 35. Now, if you log in, it will not allow you to log in. It will tell that system is not ready. Once you get the system ready message, then you can log in. Now you can say system ready. Now you can log in. Description. And now it has IP in correct range, although it is 44, but it's okay. 172.10.10.44. So let's go here to our
No,
secure
that's not the
CRT.
right. That's not right.
Yeah, we'll see here. Let me show you from here. Let
No,
me go
you
and
just
change the IPs here. vMan. Let's start with the vManage.
yeah, but ETH0 is supposed to be the 192, right?
See, 172.10.10.33. We are telling that is not correct there. We'll see. Let me see that. 1 second. So as per our preference, 512 is part of ETH0, which IP 17. That's correct. This is our management IP range, 172.10.10. That's okay. Now, either this IP or this IP we can use as a VPN 0 or
Well, but
management.
then look at your other one.
Yeah, I will show you here in secure CRT. Let me show you everything here so it will be easier to see. So here you can see, so interface description, you can see that the management IP is 172, right?
Okay.
Now let's go to VSmart. Let me go here.
34.
Yeah,
And the other one is 44.
yeah. So let's go here to VSmart. So interface description, you can see this 72 range, right?
Okay.
And then here it is IP is 44, 172.10.10.44. So let's go and change that to 44 and log in. See, 44,
Okay.
172. So now we have, after changing the cable, now we have corrected the management IP. So these devices having the management IP, but remember we should have the system-wide configuration. What system-wide configuration is telling? That you should have, first of all, let's give the host name. It will not take like this. You have to go to system and host name. Suppose this host name is vmanage. Then here, if you type question mark, oops, system-wide configuration, you have to give at least the 5 things: host name, site ID, system IP, vbond IP, and organization name. Somewhere you will see the org name as well. It will be somewhere in this organization name. So
Yeah.
those things, yeah, here you can see organization name, this line. So we have to go and provide. So let's do like this.
Yeah, that's your minimum config, right?
Yeah, I have there in my, somewhere in the notepad. Site ID is 1000, system IP 111. System IP is nothing but type of loopback address. Everywhere site ID is the same. They belong to same side. Only I copy the organization name. That is the big line. So site ID, I'll give 1000. System IP 1.1.1.1. Then the vbond IP, we'll see that vbond IP. But let me put the organization name. And then the vbond IP. What is the vbond IP? So vbond VPN 0 IP is this. So I'll go here and give the vbond IP, and then we'll do the commit and quit. Now if I show you the system-wide configuration, so you can see here that the host name, system IP, site ID, organization name, and the vbond IP. So the system IP, okay, I need system. And system IP will be different, but these 3 parameters will be the same here in the, what is happening? This is VSmart or this is vManage?
It's very small.
Sorry for that. This should be 34. should be 34, right? Okay. Accept once and admin. Let me close this. And here we are. Okay. So VS Smart. You can check the IP, show interface description. Conf it has system host name be smart. Okay, that's okay. If you have 2 3, then 1 2 3 like that you can name. Then the system IP, that's the loopback address 1.1.1.2, and then these parameters, commit and quit. Then go to
No, it's
V1.
not 135. Should have been 130, right?
135 is IP of V1. See, 135 is the V1 IP. So all the devices, all the control planes should have the vBond IP.
Oh, okay. Going back to the same device. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, going to the same orchestrator. Okay, and then coming to this. Now should be host name should be vBond. Then system IP 1.1.1.3.
3.
Site ID, for example, 1000. I need to copy paste the organization name. And one thing is important here. If you are in the vBond, then you can go and vBond IP. But after that, you have to go and tell this particular vBond that he is the vBond. So for that, we have one keyword called local. So this is the difference. This is the vBond. This is the local.
Okay, that's him to know he's the ID. Okay.
And then finally, we have to go and give the org name.
Organization name.
So we'll go and provide this org name, then commit and quit. Now, once we have this system-wide configuration, so what we have done so far, that we have booted the devices with correct VNIC and databases or database. Then we are doing system-wide configuration, and then what we have to do here is this: make sure VPN 0 is reachable. Means all these VPN 0, all these controllers should ping each other. So if we go here to the vmanage, let me copy the IP. Is this IP 30? Oh, one IP is 30. So if I ping here to vsmart, it is reachable, and 35, it is reachable. Why it is reachable? Because if you go and check the VPN configuration, you will see anyways they are part of same LAN interface in the VMware. So that's why they are able to ping to each other. Otherwise, you have to go to VPN 0 and you have to do some static routing configuration or some configuration within VPN 0. Okay, so because we are in the VMware, so that part is very much done. Now, what you need to do, other steps. So you have to follow the process for certification and all. We will do that. So now we'll go and log into the vmanage. Let me go to the vmanage. What is that IP? Either you can use management IP or you can use VPN 0 IP. That's okay. So let's go here to my architecture. Let me go and open some private mode and the IP HTTPS, and then what is it? 192, sorry, 172.10.10.33 is the vmanage IP. Now you will see that how this older vmanage look like. Admin. How simple, easy, right? And now the lab that I share with you, if you go there, once you go there, then you will see 200 options. If you go here, 300 options. So many options are there. So now we have this nice dashboard. For learning purpose, this is really good. This nice dashboard we have. In this dashboard, we have to make sure that vBond counter should be 1. And then we have this vSmart counter should be 1. Okay, for that we have to do the certification process. We have to go and make our vManage as a root server, and from there we have to do the authentication process. That is the lengthy process, so I have added here as a notes. In the vManage, generate the key. So this I'll do copy paste because it's lengthy command. So if I go here to the vManage, and in this vManage, if you type vshell, so it will go to Linux shell. You can see now we are in the Linux shell, right? Let's generate the key, and then just follow the step is there in the other steps are there. Then this OpenSSL, you can see the organization name is the same that we are putting in the CLI configuration. So then I'll go ahead and I secure CRT here. We do ls root, and root key has been generated. Then via CLI create root search chain. So now you have to go to CLI and you have to create .pem file. So exit from here, and if you type request root search chain, install this root pem in the folder, you can see successfully install the root chain. Oops. Then generate CSR and then create the CRT to install the key. So now we are generating the CSR. You will see here that to generate the CSR, you need this vmanage.csr file. To generate this, from this CSR, we are generating the CRT file, this is the certificate, and then we'll go and install it. So I need to generate this CSR file. How you can generate it? Something like you can go to this dashboard, configuration, certificates, controllers, and from here you will see that you have this. Make some space so I can write. Here you can see this, you have menu, view, generate CSR. So you can click generate CSR. You can download as well in a notepad or something. I'll copy this, close this, and I'll go back to the
Well, you can download it so that you can go get a
yeah,
public certificate if you want. Yeah.
yeah. And then I'll go to vshell. I'll create one vmanage.csr, I for insert, paste this, and then escape, colon, write and quit. So from this, I can go here and generate the, so now I have vmanage.csr. I'll copy this OpenSSL command, copy, go back here, and just to show you that we have the CSR file, you can see that we have the vmanage CSR file. From that, we'll go and create the CRT, do that. Now, if we go and check, so now you will see that we have the CRT file. Now, what I want that vmanage.crt, this is the certificate that we have generated. This I need to copy, and then I'll go to the vmanage dashboard. There's so many drawing tools here in the bottom. Let me fix this. Copy here. Can I shift here? Okay. All right. So now we'll go to that place. Here we are. You can see on top you have this controller install certificate. Install. I can expand this just to show you that this process is going on. Pushing new serial number to all controllers. That message we are getting. Now this is successful. Now if you see the flow in the bottom, not here, like go back to the certificate page one more time. If I go to certificate, controllers. In the bottom, you can see the workflow. Bottom, let me highlight. Oops, that's a white color. Use some other orange or pink. You can see the workflow in the bottom. Add the device, generate CSR, upload certificate, update VBond. It is telling to update the VBond. So how you can update the VBond? You have this option here called, once you are in the controller, just click here, and then you have option that you can send this to, it's gone actually. Let me close this. So let me show you one more time. Once you go to certificate, see, you have this option called send to VBond, right? So you can click this button, inform this to VBond, although we haven't added VBond here in the list, but you can choose that option, no problem at all. And it is, so that database has been replicated to the orchestration plane. Okay, this is the step that we have to follow. Now, since we have the certification server we manage, let's do the same thing for the rest of the device. So now for VBond, you can see for VBond, install the root cert chain. How we will do? From CLI, we can go and use this command. But what is VPN0 address? Our VPN0 address, let's see, interface description. So VPN0 IP is, so in that file, once you do, maybe you will get some other IP. You need to change that. This is my vmanage VPN0 address. So now I will go to the VBond and try to do this thing. If it will work, good. Otherwise, there also we have to do everything manually just for this lab purpose. So I am here in the VBond. I'll click this command, request to churn from this IP, click. Now it is trying to reach the vmanage to do this certificate install. And generally it will not take this much time. That means it has some issue. So I will show you the other way around, that how you can do that.
192.168.0.129 is which box?
This is the VPN0 IP, right?
129. Okay, yeah.
I can see that it is unreachable. Somehow it is not reaching. So what we will do here is this, that you can use this IP, try this IP once. Otherwise, I'll show you some other method as well to do this. And we'll go here and we can change this IP and we'll change VPN to VPN 512. Copy. Seems it got hanged. Enter. Now it is working, seems. So admin and admin failed to install the services. Now it is telling why. Cannot upload root certificate file software edge. Please use Viptela approve, blah blah. Okay, so now you can see that it is not allowing me to do this certificate install. What we can do is, no worries, what we can do, we'll use this manual way to do it. Manual way means if you are in the vmanage. So in the vmanage, if you go to the shell, you have the root CA and root PIM. These are usable for all the places. So I can go here and I can do root dot key and then root dot, what is that, CA dot PIM. So I need these two files. I'll go ahead to vbond, vi, should go to vshell, root dot key, I for insert, till here I'll copy, paste, escape, quit, Then I'll create one more CA. Let me see that. What's the name? Oh, .pem. No problem. So I'll go here. I'll copy till here. This is .pem. I insert escape. So now I have those keys I manually installed here. Next thing is this, that we should go and generate the CSR and do this certification process. So let's do this. I can go back here, and now what you need to do is to add the controllers here, right? So again, go back here to the menu, devices, controllers. You will see that we have option to call add the controller. So click add the vbond. What's the vbond IP? Let's take that vbond IP. Show interface description 135. Now we'll see one very interesting thing here. Username admin and password and see generate the CSR. Now you will see that to vbond we are not getting option, protocol option called DTLS or TLS while adding this to the vmanage. But if I go and add vsmart, you will see that option plus generating the CSR with this process. So let's generate the CSR. Generating the CSR and adding this to the vmanage dashboard. Let this process complete. If this IP it will not take, means it will take some time, then we'll go and add the VPN 512 IP address. I think it is not working, this IP, otherwise not take this much time. No problem. Let's go here and copy this IP. Any IP is okay, whatever reachable IP. You can come here, go here, and we can wait for a few more seconds. It's taking too much time. Let me go and create the duplicate. I can go to the controller vbond, put the IP, admin, okay. Still loading. Okay, while it is loading, generally sometimes it's taking time, but generally it is not taking this much time. We will click and it will add. You can see my recorded sessions as well. I have added and it happens quickly. Maybe some issue with the resource. Okay, so let's do the troubleshooting. If you are here, you should have reachability to the other devices. What was that? 33 and 34, right? VPN 0 over 129 was the IP for reachable 30. They're reachable. It's taking some time. So I'll do one thing. I'll kill the session and I'll start SDWAN 192. Is it 168.0.129? Let's go here one more time. Admin. Nice. It's very fast actually. Configuration, devices, controllers, and add the controller, add the vbond IP 172. 10.10.44. admin.
Yeah, that's taking a long time.
Yeah,
Do you
it's
have
generally,
reachability?
yeah, it is reachable. Generally, it will not take this much time. It will be very fast only. At the moment you will add, it will add it. It will be fast. So I think I need to restart my VMware. It's not the issue with the the devices. So what I'll do that I will go and restart my VMware. Meanwhile, we'll go and check few of the other concepts, and then I'll come back after 5-10 minutes, and we'll see that. Okay. So let me close this session and let's go ahead to the VMware, and let me pause. Even I can restart all these devices. Okay, I'll do the restart for the devices first. Then we'll go to the, okay, power off and power on. Power off, power on. Okay, so while it is rebooting, let's go back to the slide where we are. Oops, here. Student day one. So multiple slides are there. I told you with the day one, we have 2 slides. So suppose you have to create such type of architecture, what you need, you discover the devices and you have to do the base configuration. We have done this base configuration. You have done all this base configuration. Then your vmanage is there. In vmanage, oh, so we haven't added this organization name in vmanage. That's why maybe it is not adding. So in vmanage you have, but we have done via CLI. So it's not an issue. We'll see that. In vmanage, you have to go and add the organization name manually as well, then go and add the controllers. So we are following the steps. Just click add the controllers, add the vsmart, vmanage, vbond, add it, generate the CSR, copy this. From this CSR, generate the permanent file. This slide, it is using some tool to generate that. I like to make this very easy. Just put the CSR in this tool, get the certificate and install here. We have done these options, these steps. Go and install. Once you do everything correct, then you can see vsmart and vbond in the dashboard. Then the next step is to deploy the VH. To deploy the VH, the steps are almost same. We have the system-wide configuration. We need that devices that we have in the, I have that file list, license file list in the folder. We'll go and add it. And once you add it, then your dashboard will be like vsmart, vbond, and edge devices will be up and running, right? So it will be like this. Let's go back here and see what happened to our adding process. 10.10.33. Maybe still, oh, it's came back. Admin. Still it is booting. Let's give 2-3 minutes more. Once it's come back, then we'll continue. So that was the one of the slide that you have to follow. Then we are following other slide as well, where all the steps are there. What are steps you have? So these are steps. We have followed these step. We are in the certification process. Once you do that, then what will happen behind the scene? This vbond will go and check the serial number and chassis ID, and the other devices will go and check the organization name of the vbond. If everything is there, then they will form the permanent DTLS tunnel in between all the controllers. Now, what about these edge devices? These edge devices are coming with some sort of TPM chip, trusted platform module. These TPM chips, they have the certificate in between them. What you need to do, just connect to the fabric. It will go and do the authentication. So again, VSmart will go and check the serial number and chassis ID of the VH, and VH will check the organization name of the VBond, and then they will form the tunnel. But point here is this: you can see this slide, very important slide, 40 number slide, that once it has the authentication, then it will go and break the relationship between VBond. We don't have
The
now tunnel,
temporary connection, right?
because that is the temporary connection. It will tear down this connection, and now you have the permanent connection with the other controllers. So once you have done all this process, all these things, once you add everything in the dashboard, then you can go and check the control connection, you can check the certificate install, and then if you have the edge devices will go and form the IPsec tunnel automatically. That is one of the questions that Michael has asked, that I will explain this, that how this is happening, how these SD-WAN devices, they are forming the automatic IPsec tunnel. You don't need to do any single line of configuration to create this IPsec tunnel between the edge devices. At the moment you have this IPsec tunnel up and running, BFD will start working behind this tunnel, and it will send the BFD hello packet to the remote end just to check that the remote end is working perfectly or not. So you can go and check the BFD sessions as well. As many tunnels you have, if BFD is down, automatically that particular tunnel will go down. And then what we have done, we have discussed about the system-wide configuration, then transport VPN, service VPN, management VPN, and then you have to go and add some sort of policies in that, means that will give you the full picture, full configuration on the device. So full configuration over the device, having the system configuration. So you can see the blocks here. System configuration will add with the service VPN configuration, with add with the transport VPN configuration, with add with the management and the policy, and then you have the full-fledged configuration. Now, why we have these blocks? Later on, you will understand that we have these blocks because we are going to use different type of templates to create the configuration. So we have different templates. For example, in a device configuration, you have OSPF configuration, AAA configuration, SNMP configuration, banner configuration, some policy configuration. Everything you will use as an object, right? And those objects you can club together within the device configuration, and that will tell you that this is my device wide configuration. This is my device configuration that you can go and attached to the devices. So once our fabric is up and running, we have both the option. We have the option for CLI template, and we have the option for the GUI template. CLI template is simply you can create the CLI configuration, put in the text file, attach it. But generally we are using, like people are using this feature template, this device template. So you have to go and understand about this device template, how it is working, and in this section you will understand that again you are asking that what protocol is running between vmanage and vsmart, vmanage and vs. So you can see the netconf. To configure itself to vmanage, vmanage is using netconf. To configure vmanage to vsmart, it is using netconf. To configure the vmanage to the edge device, it is using netconf. So netconf is the underlying protocol to do the template configuration to the devices. Now, few of the slides I have added here. These are the design related slides, and I will suggest you to check the, some discussion is there in this. I can give you the discussion on here as well. So see why we have this slide, I'll tell you. Suppose you're working in a company, right? In that company, we should go and standardize the branches. So a standardization of branch means that maybe you have one branch having one router. Maybe you have other branches having two router, two ISP. Maybe you have one branch having one router and two ISP. Like that you can go and categorize the branches, and according to that you can create only those templates. So same type of branches you can go and attach with same type of template. That's the whole idea about this designing. Either it's a data center design templates, or it will be, you can see the branch DC. Oh, I don't have branch, oh, only DC. But anyways, either it's a data center type of template or branch template. You have to do the designing, and you have to attach the template, same type of template attached to same type of branches, same type of devices. So you don't need have to manage so many configuration, too much templates. You will create some 10 or 20 templates that will serve purpose to 2000 or 3000 devices. So create generic type of template, same type of template for same type of devices for same type of branches, and attach it. In our lab, if you go and log into the lab, you have such type of templates created and assembled together. And these are the IPs there. Oh, now you can see the branch template example. So you have such type of things. When I log into the lab, I will show you this. When we'll create the template, I will show you that. And these are the template examples and all, just for your reference. So these are the things we have here. Let's quickly go here to the vManage and let's see what happened to this. Remove the security check. Now it is coming, and let's try to add the device. Let me quickly see that it has the organization name. Otherwise, should have the organization name. See, it has. Oh, it don't have vBond IP. Okay, so go and put that vBond IP. That's why I think it was not taking. So vBond, what's the IP? vBond VPN 0 IP. This is the IP 135. Save it. Now let's go to the configuration and devices and controllers and add the vBond 5, right? Admin. Come on, add it, please. Today it will not add since. Okay, I'll give you one task because we have some this time here. It should add, but why it is not
Well, I have a
adding?
question. Did you check to see that everything is pingable, that you switch those nicks around?
Yeah, it's pingable actually. Should add. We have added the vBond IP as well in the dashboard. And yeah, sometimes it's taking time, no problem. I need to reboot my laptop as well. So you can see here, oops, vBond is gone. Okay, you know one thing here, I'll show you one thing in the vBond. Here in the vBond, because what is this vBond? This vBond is edge device, right? So there is one configuration change here in the edge devices. If you go and check show run VPN 0, you will see that they have tunnel interface. And due to this tunnel interface configuration, it is not working actually. We should go here to the interface and we should do no tunnel interface. Why? Because tunnel interface having implicit certificates. What I'm telling here, if you go, oops. Okay, now it will 100% add. So if you go here and if you see show run VPN 0, you will see there is no tunnel interface configuration at the moment. We'll discuss about that tunnel interface. But now you have removed it. And now if you go here, it should take this. Let me refresh this page. And let me go and add the controller. This time it will take, what was that IP? 170, or let me go and use that VPN 0 IP. So we are here and show interface description, and you'll get the IP. Take that IP, go here, admin, See the magic? So you will understand this tunnel interface configuration is important, right? It should not be there, but once you do everything, you have to put this configuration tunnel interface back. All right, great. So what we want to do here is this, that go here to the certificate, take the CSR. You see CSR generated? I need that CSR, so view CSR. And with this CSR, we will go and generate the CRT, right? So here we are, vshell vi vbond.csr I skip quit, right? And then we have our sheet card. So you can see the name here clearly. vbond.csr will generate vbond.crt. So here we'll go and click. And now once it is there, then what you need? You need to install the certificate. So now you can go and check that cat vbond.crt. This is your certificate that you want to go here, close, and then click to this vbond and then click install certificate. Put this certificate, install it, and this is in progress. Once this is done, then we'll go and add the vsmart. Failure. Root cert chain unable to validate the certificate. Okay, so yeah, some problem is there, no problem, but don't worry about that. Because this command is not working, due to that, this thing is happening. But don't worry about that. It will work. Okay. So, and again, I'm showing these things to you guys just to understand that this is in the older version and all. Nowadays, you don't have to do any of these tasks. Behind the scene, all these tasks are automated. Okay. Just to understand that, okay, you have that vManage as a CA certificate, you can do all these steps and all those things, right? We are not doing these steps anymore. Just to show you that these steps behind the scene is automated, I'm showing you here, right? So please don't worry about that. Okay, so where we are, so once we have this CRT created, even I can go and try this command as well. VPN 512, what's the IP for that? We manage 172.10.10.33. If you see my video, I have used all these commands. In this, I am showing some manual effort as well. Just to understand, you will understand that things are happening like this. It failed the certificate because some certificate error that it has from this vManage, maybe at this place or this place, is unable to copy the root certificate from the vManage. Okay. You have any questions so far? Please feel free to ask.
No.
Okay, don't worry about these steps that we are recording as well. You have one video here. You can go and have a look on that. It will work. Just follow these steps. It may work in your infra. This is just a second, just a second. So booting up. So see from here, after 2 hours 30 minutes, I have shown this that how to set the DHCP server, and then going there, Going there, you see, going to VH, put all those names and the same file, and then put the CV bond we are discovering with this, and going there, I can see these steps, right? Just use these steps. See, we manage creating that and then installing with this command, and it will work. So no need to, no need to manually copy and paste and all, do all those things. It is working with that command that I have, it is shown here, right? So I will show you one more time. Okay, don't worry. So here we are. You just follow this document or this document certificate install. So what we are doing here is this. Let me quickly go to the vbond, vshell, ls-la, rm -i. Let me remove the certificate that I created, or even if it is there, no problem. Let me remove this vbond, and then csr, and then root, and then key, right? Now nothing is there. You put it up your vbond and it's looking like this. Now what you do here, you can go here and for vbond, you can see vbond, install root cert chain. You can go to this. From this point, admin. That's the problem I have. I don't know why I'm getting certificate error today. Okay. So do one thing. Let's break this session and we'll continue. Let me pause the recording. Thanks for joining. Today we are into day number 2. Actually, few topics related to day 1 is still pending that we will do today as well. I will try to cover those topics today as well. So what are the items we have? Now we understand what is the architecture of Cisco SD-WAN and how it look like, and we know that theoretically we know that what are the key components to bring up the fabric. You have to bring up the control plane, and once you go and add the data plane devices, automatically these data plane devices will go and form the IPsec tunnel in between that. So nowadays it's actually very much automated. You don't have to go and do any manual certification and assignment and all. Control plane you may deploy at your environment, or you may get some hosted services, and then data plane devices, at the moment you connect, it will bring up and it will work. So suppose if you have bring up your data plane device and that having very less configuration, we are telling that that may have a day 0 configuration, and then you want to add the configuration in that, or you have to go and create the template where you have to go and add certain features. So how we can go and do that? So you can see here that item number 7, so 6 is missing here. Item number 7 is configuration lab and then the basic feature templates. So we'll go and try to understand that how you can go and configure the devices. Now for that, we should understand first of all how this configuration look like, what are the building block of the configuration, because if we know that part, then we can easily go and do the configuration. So I will explain you for 5 to 7 minutes about the configuration part, how this look like, and then we will go and do the configuration. So let me go here and right here that, oops, what I'm doing, the building blocks for the configuration. So how we can do that? Let me quickly go here to the, okay, I have multiple tools here. So I will go and use this tool. Increase the font size so you can see it properly. Okay, so if you go to Cisco router and if you do show run on normal Cisco router, what you will get? You will get the host name, typical configuration, you will get SNMP. But those configurations, if suppose if I have, suppose if I have Cisco router, and in that Cisco router, if I go and do the configuration, suppose this side Cisco router and this side SD-WAN. So generally for Cisco router, if you are doing any configuration, what you will do, suppose if you go and do show run or show running configuration, then it
Right.
will give you the host name and then some configuration related to maybe AAA, then some configuration related to what configurations are there line by line? Are you able to recall that? Then anyways, interface configuration,
Interface
Interfaces, yeah.
configurations,
maybe some
GOS,
users, maybe
your
some
IP.
access list, maybe some certificate configuration, right? Like that you have the configurations. That means that the configuration that we have is very much CLI friendly. There you don't have logical blocks, means you know that you have to do this configuration, then you are doing those configuration. Although you have this SNMP and BGP and routing protocols and
Right,
banner and other so many other things are there, right?
yeah,
But
console.
yeah, but when you go to SD-WAN device and if you do the configuration, you will see that what you have to do first of all, you have to go and create the system-wide template. So you are doing the system-wide configuration, right? Then again you have different blocks. Then you can go and do the configuration related to VPN 0. Now, why we are talking about this thing? Because these we are creating as a template, as a small template, and in SD-WAN we are telling this as a feature template. So you have to go and create the VPN 0 and then VPN 0 interface. Likewise, you have to go and create VPN 1 to VPN 512 and then VPN 1 up to VPN 512 interface templates. So here you will see the construct there logical. Then you may have OMP, then you may have BGP, then you may have policies. So by the end of that, you will see that you have additional template where you can go and add the policy either local or global. We'll discuss about that later on. But apart from that, even you have a small templates as well. So you may have a small templates like you may have OMP, you may have SNMP, you may have BGP, right? A small templates just to solve the purposes. Point here is this, that your device wise configuration, what you need to do, you can go and create the template somewhere and then you can call or club all the templates at one place. And I'll write this as well. Oops, sorry for that. AAA. Okay, so like that you have the templates and then everything like logically separated, you have to go and do the configuration. So question here is this, that, oh, so in SD-WAN, do we not have this CLI configuration? Can we have the CLI configuration? Answer is yes. We have CLI template as well, but still those show run command, the CLI command, you can create as a template. So we can create CLI template, we can create feature templates and device feature templates. So both options we have, but mostly we are using this type of feature template. So I'll show you one example related to CLI template, and then I will show you that how we can go and create the feature template as well. Okay, so what we'll do here, let me go here if I have my devices. My SD-WAN device. So let me go and log into any one of the device. Branch 1, suppose branch 1 VH1. We are here. If I do show run, so now you can see system-wide configuration, AAA, then you can see logging, NTP, then there are so many other firewall configuration, VPN, and all those configuration are there. So what we can do here is this, that let's create one CLI template. CLI template is what? CLI template is basically simply whatever there you have in your running configuration. Let me go and copy this. I can go and paste my running configuration, right? I'll just change the host name and we'll go to SD-WAN. You can see configuration. You can see template somewhere. Then you can see that we have the device template. Create the template, CLI template. You have to go and choose the device model. Our is cloud, VeloCloud. So I can go and choose that. Template name is DC1 CLI template. DC1 CLI DC1 I'll mark. Then I can go and paste. You can see option here. We can call that file as well, or simply you can go and paste here. Now I can click add. So this is not operational. Once you have the template, you can see that now we have created one CLI template. You can go and attach this with the device. Suppose DC1 branch 1. Just go and click push here. Click the attachment, attach. Now once you land to this particular page, this is nice page where if you go and click here, it will tell you the difference in between the existing configuration and the new configuration. So we have done a small change, only one change we have done, that we can go here to config diff and side by side diff, and you can see that we are doing change here. That's why it is highlighted. Some other changes are there by default because of this running configuration options and all. Right, and then I can click configure device. Now if everything is okay, so this configuration will get pushed to the device, and you will see here the green signal will come, validation success. One other green you will see here, that configuration push is successful. Now if that is successful, then we can verify that exactly this device having this template. So now here you can click to the menu, you can go to the configuration and devices and confirm that branch 1. So you see here that this is the
It's
chassis
using the
number.
assigned template on the right-hand side. I see.
Yeah, it is attached. Assigned template is this. Host name is this. So DC1 having this template. So we can confirm that. The question here is this, that okay, so the CLI template is that much um, hard coded. Can we go and create variables within the CLI template? Answer is yes. Although we are in the CLI template, but still you can go and create the variable within your CLI template. How we can do? So let me go back to the CLI template, the device template, and once you are here, you can click edit. How we can create variables here? Simply select whatever name you have just selected like this. Select the entire name, full name, and then on top we can see here we have this option called create variable. If you click, asking variable name DC1 or DC device name. Now we are making this variable as a generic. So this template may be for DC1. This is maybe for DC1 VH1, DC1 VH2. So what are the things you want to change in a variable? You want to change the VPN0 IP address. See, GPS location may be same. System IP, you want to make this as a variable as well. Site ID may be same. So if you go and check the entire configuration, you will see if you make 15 to 20 variables, this same template may be used for 2, 3, 4 devices, right? That's the power we have. Now, once you create the variable, then it will ask you the value for the variable. Value for the variable, you see, DC device name, you can click here, put here, or you can click these 3 dots, more option, and you can give the name here, DC VH variable, just making that DC1, etc. Now you can see variable is coming here, or we have third option as well. You can download this variable file. You can see template.csv got downloaded in the bottom. This is Excel sheet. You can, I don't have Excel sheet in this system, but this is Excel sheet. In this Excel sheet now, you can go, it will ask you whatever variable field is there, you can go and put the, this is a variable field. I can give the name here, DC1, name here, like that. I'm saving this. I can save this.
Yeah, so it's a comma separated value file.
Yeah, this is the Excel file, the Excel sheet.
Well,
I'll
it's a
show you.
CSV. It's
CSV.
just a,
Yeah,
it's a comma
CSV.
separated file.
Yeah, you can upload this. Once you upload, you can see this variable got changed. DC name here.
Mm-hmm.
So within the CLI template itself, you can see that you have options that you can go and create the variables, right? But generally people have moved from the CLI. Now generally people are not using this CLI because we can go and use the GUI template called feature template. So better we should focus more on the feature templates. Now you can see it is successful. That means if you go to the device, I have my device. If I press enter, you can see name got
Yeah, DC1 device name here.
right. So CLI template, you can see how easy it is. Now we have challenge. What challenge we have? How I will go and learn the feature template, GUI template. Is there any like shortcut or tricks that we can utilize? Answer is yes. If you go and start learning that, you will find it little bit difficult, but you follow some step-by-step approach, you will see that you can easily create the templates and apply it. Approach is this, that transform the knowledge. So suppose we are very much CLI friendly. We know the CLI, how it is working. And now someone is telling, okay, convert all this CLI to a small template. So if you know that what is BGP, while you're configuring the BGP, what you are configuring? BGP router, BGP AS number, neighbor, this neighbor, then neighbor, this neighbor remote AS, then neighbor, this neighbor password, then some network command, redistribution command. The point here is this, the technology is same. The way we want to transform this is in some GUI format. So what we can do here, that we will take help from this particular template that, oops, from this CLI template, and we'll transform this CLI template
into a GUI template.
into the GUI. Yeah. So suppose if we have to go and configure system-wide templates, so I'll go and use these values that I have here. We know that, okay, first I have to create system template. So let's go and let's see. And even I can copy this. So here, let me log into this SD-WAN. And let me open the notepad. So I want to create the system template, and let me put it here so we can see both parallelly. Now let's go to that menu where we have that configuration item. So I can go here and configuration template. So what is our approach? That first of all we'll go and create the feature template, a small feature template. So click add template, and we know that ours is cloud-based device. What we want to create system wide configurations. You can see system is coming. So workshop, and this is system wide configuration. Why I'm using such keyword? So later on, if you have to go and search your templates that you have created, you can search with some keyword. So that's why I use this WS workshop. And then now the fun factor here. Fun factor means this, that in template, you have three options. What options we have in the template? In template, you will see three different type of icon. You will see this type of icon. You will see this type of icon. And then you will see one more. Let me scroll down. This globe in between.
So there's global.
Yeah, you're right. So we have three option, that is variable.
Local.
Yeah, one is variable.
Variable.
One is default. Like some default configuration is there always, right? In Cisco routers also, we have some default configuration and all. So one is default.
Okay.
One is global. Global means that for all the 10, 20, 40 devices, that value is fixed. That is the global. You want to use it globally. For example, you one template, 10 devices with the same site ID. So that site ID you can make as a global.
Global.
Right? Okay. So a variable define, that is very interesting. Site ID will change, system IP will change. So you can see the intelligence. Cisco has already created the system
A
IP
hierarchy, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, system IP as a variable, site ID as a variable, then host name as a variable, location if you want you can put it, no problem. Baud rate, I will go and make this default. Latitude, longitude if you want make is variable. Some tracking option is there, some advanced option is there. By default the control plane protection and all other features are there. So that means basically what we are doing, just giving the template name and saving it. So system wide template is done. We have created that.
So you basically pick and choose what you want in the template because it already knows that device, what it requires. Yeah. Basically. So that's why you're telling it the machine type or whatever your device type, right?
Yeah. So while you push this template, it will ask you those variable. So you have to assign those values there while pushing the template. So this template will go and push to two devices, DC1 BH1, DC1 BH2, same template. So that's why we are making these as a variable. This is collection of variables. So you can see system wide configuration is done. Right. Then you can see here AAA. So I will go and create one for AAA. In this, we don't have any radius stack server. So I'll go and use some default configuration for system-wide configuration. Then logging also I'll use some default, and NTP also I will use default. So let's do that. Let's go here, search the device. What is our device model?
You had to learn that. I mean, you had to learn that those things had to be separate templates for the most part, right? I mean, you don't. It's a mental conversion from the CLI to a GUI module thing.
100%, yeah. Means the configuration and the actions. So again, what will happen? These templates, these GUI will convert it into CLI. At the moment, we are doing reverse CLI, thinking how CLI will look like into GUI. But once you deploy
right.
this template, it will be converted to CLI.
Right, right.
So let's see here that we have our AAA somewhere. You can see that.
You went past AAA, you picked the wrong feature.
Up.
On the top, you can see the first one is
There.
AAA. So you can go click AAA. And that's actually other way good. If someone do not know most of the features in AAA and all, still he is able to create the template. Because what he has to do, simply go and fill the form. So what is the AAA server? He will tell security team, give me this AAA server IP. And he will go and put what is the primary, secondary, etc., etc. And his template is. Then he don't need to learn all the CLI configurations and all. All the standard configuration is already there. Then we'll go and create the NTP. So you see NTP just below that.
Okay, it dumbs down the level of intelligence that's needed to configure a device.
So we know that NTP, we can create server and NTP authentication. So if suppose if you have NTP server, just click here, add server, and then give the server IP, authentication key, which VPN that NTP server is, version, everything you have handy. You have to fill it, and that's it, and it will work. Right. So these are the very much default templates that we are using. Now I'll give you one variation here. Suppose I want to create this logging template and I don't want to create like we are searching and creating. So what Cisco is doing, you can see here non-default, and if I click here you will see default as well. So I can click to default and then I will search. Okay, from here I will go and search logging. So Cisco is giving me any default logging template. So here you can see factory default Cisco logging template that will be applicable for these many devices. Do I have any cloud device in this? So if I see cloud device in this, although ISR and CSR and C, VH 2000, VH, so templates they are giving actually. If I have anything for cloud, otherwise it will not work for cloud. So I'm seeing anything cloud. So what you can do, simply click here, click copy. Let me show you that. So this is my WS logging template. I'll create the copy. And not only you can create the copy, later on, suppose now that will become obviously non-default. So here you can see WA, let's click edit. I don't want to do any change here, so I'll click update. And while you are doing this, let me show you one thing here. So while you are doing this WA logging edit, bottom you can see this middle one, change device model. So we have that option as well, that we can go and change the device model, although it is supporting cloud. So I can go and remove. I will not use this. I just wanted to use this. You can see all list of devices where this same template can be utilized. Right, so you can see the capability that you have with the templates. So now what we have done, that we have created the template for NTP, for logging, for user, for this. Now we have some difficult part. BFD is there, so I'll go and create for BFD and security. SNMP, just the default template I'll create. But you will see here that difficult part here we have the OMP. I will go and explain you OMP after 30 minutes from now, but at the moment I will go and create the default template will work as it is, there is no problem. Default template for BFT, OMP, security, SNMP. So let's do it quickly. And you know that you have the templates there as well, means it is there as a default template, but we want to create our non-default template for cloud. So BFT. BFT. This is one of the attribute that we have with the IPsec tunnel. At the moment your IPsec tunnel is up, BFD will start sending hello packets after every 1 second to track the tunnel is active or not. After that, what is security? Okay. Yeah, generally we are not doing any changes in that until unless you're sure that exactly what you want to do, what changes you want to do in security. Then OMP. OMP also, the default configuration for OMP is this. ECMP limit 8, graceful restart, advertise connected, advertise static. This is my OMP template. So also ups, save it. And what was the next? SNMP, right? So let's quickly check that as well. Where is SNMP? SNMP, are you able to see SNMP banner is there? Logging was there. So now once you have all this default template, the difficult part will come here into the picture. That is VPN 0. For these VPN 0, we are going to create the template very carefully. Otherwise, something will happen, right? So while creating the template for VPN, you will see that you have to create two templates. One is for VPN 0 and one is for VPN 0 interface. So suppose in this VPN, we have two interfaces, Gigi01 and Gigi02. So we have to go and create the three templates here, one for VPN 0, one for VPN, one for Gigi01, one for Gigi02, like that, three templates we have to create. So let's do that. You will see here in the next line here, VPN, and now we will see VPN interface. So first we want to create a VPN. This is our WS, oops, VPN 0. You can see global parameter VPN 0. Now within VPN 0, what configuration you have? So you have to go and give the DNS entry. You can see here the DNS entry is here. I can go and give this DNS primary and DNS secondary. Then you have this host mapping. You can see primary and secondary. This is primary and then secondary. Host mapping. This is the vBond IP where we want to glue two vBond IP addresses. So host name is this, and then the list of IP. We have 11 and 21. 11 and 21. Click add. Now one other thing you have to give here for VPN 0 is the routing parameter. So default route pointing towards these two gateways. So now if we go up here, you will see IPv4 route, IPv4 add new IPv4 route. Once you go and click there, 0000, /0 and next hop. We have two next hops here. So we can go and add, this is one of the next hop, and then add one more next hop. So with 000, now you can see that simply the configuration that we have in the CLI, we are understanding that configuration and putting within the GUI template. And while we are creating our GUI, we are making sure that our GUI is a generic GUI template. That means you will see later on, same template I will go and attach to two different devices. Now next is the VPN interface.
So it will prompt you as you set that up on each device to fill in the values for those.
Yes, variables. I will show you how to club that. Yes, you're right. So suppose this is VPN 0 and in internet. I know which interface is facing internet and I know which interface is facing MPLS. So here internet facing interface is 02. So this is the interface. Right. And you can see the color is internet. So let's go here. What is the interface name? Although you can make this also variable. One very important thing is shutdown. Shutdown should be no. And then do you have a static IP? In our case, we have two different devices, so we can't make this a static. So let's make this variable. While making the variable, even you can edit the variable name. This is for internet. IPv4 address, internet.
Right, so you'll know that that's for the internet.
Yeah. Now, if you see this block of configuration over the interface, you will see that you have to go and enable the tunnel. And once you enable the tunnel, then encapsulation, color, and all those parameters you can provide. So at the moment, by default, tunnel is off. Once you go and make this on, then you will see multiple options will come. Color is default, but for internet, we have this biz internet color. Restrict, as per the configuration, it is on. So we will restrict that color. Same color will form the IPsec tunnel. Different color, mix of colors will not form the IPsec tunnel. Any other thing we have? So IPsec is there. Color restrict, allow services or disallow services, that we can leave it as default. Last thing, encapsulation. So if you scroll this slowly, somewhere you will see something called advanced option.
You went by it.
Already I scrolled.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the list there.
Bottom. So you will see some advanced.
Yeah, you went by it again. It's in the list, on the last thing on the list. Okay. Wait, scroll up.
This advanced you're telling. Let's see the tunnel one more time.
No, it said advanced in the list.
Okay, in the list. Okay. I'm going slow. You can see my screen. Slow. So what we have to do, that we have to go and assign the IPsec encapsulation. So let's see. Let me go slowly from this.
There it is. Oh. Did you see it? You just went by it again.
This advanced option, right? So in this advanced option, we'll go and make that IPsec. So let's go ahead, click this advanced option, and let me scroll a little bit down or up. So I see this IPsec is on.
Yeah,
so
turn it on globally.
Default value that will be on. So now we have one tunnel, VPN 0 interface configured. Now what we will do, we'll go here and copy this just to save our time. What you can do, you can make this time MPLS but you have to go and change the parameters. So let's go and click edit. For MPLS, you will see the configuration is like this, that variable name will get changed and variable name will get changed and encapsulation is okay. Color should be MPLS and rest they're same. So shutdown no, interface is gigi01. Then here the variable name will be, click here and make this MPLS, right? Then scroll down, tunnel, make this MPLS, oops, MPLS, and then done, right? So now we have the tunnels, we have the interfaces, everything we have, but still we need one more for VPN 512. Otherwise, this will never work. So you have to go and create one more VPN template for VPN 512 and VPN 512 interface.
Why couldn't you just copy the ones you have and then just change them?
Yeah, we can do like that also. We can copy and change it. Already I clicked here, otherwise I'll do that. And here, no much. Here you have to go and put 512.
1 or 512. Yeah,
And
whatever.
if you go and check the VPN 512 configuration, it is very less. But you have to go and give the static route
next
configuration.
hop, yeah.
Next hop, yeah. So rest everything will fall under interface configuration. Simply have to go to IPv4, add the IPv4, the next hop, add the next hop, click add, otherwise not work. Now we have to go and add the VPN interface in that, right? So for example, I'll go and edit the internet setting. I'll create one copy, and this is for VPN 512 management, right? And then we'll go and edit this. ETH0, and I'll go and hard code the address because, oh, again, will not hard code the address because different devices having different management IP. But yeah, we can go and give this ETH0, right? And then the name here. This is the MGMT. I think that's it, right? So now you have created all the features. Now we have long list of features that we have created. We have created 13 at least. From this feature template, now we have to go and create the device template. So create the device template from these feature templates. What is your device model? My device model is VeloCloud. So I will go and select that. This is SD-WAN Edge. This is DC generic, and you can go and give any description here. Now you will see system WS. Now we have multiple choice question answers. Drag and drop.
So it's a template to draw all the other templates.
Yeah, you can see other templates as well, and our is WS. So from that name itself, we can identify. that our is WS. Now I can go to VPN 0. So our is WS, oops, our is WS VPN 0. And then you have interface for internet. So you will see internet, and then you can add one more VPN interface that will be for MPLS.
MPLS, yeah.
Then you can go and add the VPN 512. Then you can go and add the VPN 512 interface.
Management.
So, oops. VPN 512, VPN WS, VPN 5 to manage MGMT, right? And then if you have service side VPNs, you can go and add. They're not using at the moment. I have SNMP. I can go and use SNMP. Click create. So just creation of the template. And now you will see that our template that we are creating, DC generic, having 13 feature templates. It is not attached with any of the device at the moment. So what we'll do here, we'll go and click attach the devices. And same time, we will go and attach this with 2 devices. Now you see that it is asking about the variables. Don't have the variables. Why it is coming here? MPLS IP, I don't know, on one of the device. But anyways, it is asking about the variables. What you can do, let me go and download this.
Oh, so that'll give you a CSV template.
Yeah. Let me see if I can open in my laptop. Where is our SD-WAN folder? Okay.
Yeah.
We need to put all these values here. So VPN 0, you can see 512 ETH0 interface IP address. So what is the IP address? Let's go and fill it, and then we will upload it. So if I go to DC1 VH1, and let's see.
So that template, the CSV, contains all the features.
Yeah, all the variable names are there. Yes.
Yeah, that's so this is exactly what I was thinking that because this makes a lot of sense. No.
Finally, I'll put for this also. So what will happen if some branch engineer, they have to go and deploy this template? Already you have all the templates created. Only you need to send him one Excel sheet, and you can
They
fill
just
all
fill it
those.
all in,
Yeah.
and then they send it back to you, and then you put it into the template.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty smart, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I know templates to work.
Just fill the template, send it, apply it. Then VPN 0 gig 01 interface IP address. So gig 01, we know that 01 is for MPLS. You can see here 01 is for MPLS. So there is already filled, so no problem. Then gig 02, we know that is for internet.
Yeah, but you have the wrong address in the second one there.
Yeah, miss. By default, it took those values. If you want, you can change also, because the value was already there. Because old template, from old template, you can see this DC. These are correct values. If I log into that device, if I
It
log
pulled it
into,
from the actual device, huh?
yeah, so you can see this 0 1 having this IP, 0, 2 having this is correct actually. Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Okay.
system host name. So that we can make as DC1 VH1
One.
template, like that. I'll do temp. So we'll make sure that this is pushed from the template. Then system IP, we know that is 10.1.0.1. Then system IP, both having system ID 100. That's it. These many variables only we have created for these devices. So now
For
what we
now.
can do here, that we'll save this, we close this, and now I will copy this, or maybe I'll do one thing. I rename this, just make.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you can rename the file. It doesn't matter, right? It's just for our own organization thinking.
Yeah, I will go and paste here. So one copy, and then we'll go and upload this file. So once you go here, go to the folder, click this copy, upload. You can see this is green now. Click next, configure it, and you can wait for the status. Now if I go back to the device here, now if I click here, its name will change to temp. If this that will get pushed, so its name will get changed, and you can see that new name. You can see temp.
Yep.
Here also. Why? Because it is from the
Template.
new template. Now if you want to see the control connection, you can go and check the control connections. So it is not showing any control connection, maybe some issue with the vmanage reachability. Here it is.
Just
It
took
will
a
take
little
some time.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, but it will come. So
that's
one is done and one it is in progress. So that's why
mm.
it's not 100% done at the moment. Once you have the green signal, it will show you the control connection. Yeah, your question. You're asking something.
So the spreadsheet that had different
Mhm.
columns for different sites. So I presume the roles had updating it invariably means updating different features on the template that we generated previously, where you had for system, VPN, and all of that, right?
Yeah. So point here is this, that suppose if you have two devices in the same location, you will see
Mm-hmm,
that 95% configuration will be same.
mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
those 5% of things you can create as a variable. So one template can work for 2 devices or maybe 10 devices. It depends
Oh,
it upon us. So for example, SNMP configuration. SNMP configuration for all the 1,000 devices,
same.
It's
that
always
will
the
be
same.
Oh,
same. Or
Yeah.
maybe you need two
mm-hmm.
SNMP configuration. So you have to create that template just for once and then you call within all the devices.
So
So
basically,
yeah,
all we have in this spreadsheet are the variables
yeah, these
that
are the
gets.
variable.
Oh, okay,
These are the
makes
variable
sense.
list. Yeah.
Makes sense. So I was just wondering, is there so while generating the template,
Mhm.
it was a bit cumbersome. So I was thinking, if I had a CLI
Mhm.
or a show run of the configuration of one of what I want to deploy, um, is it not is it not possible to import that CLI command into one and then from that get your feature variables?
Yeah, means
Just a question.
here actually in this example I have shown like you, but what you can do, you can simply create your small feature templates, and those small templates as per your convenience you can call within the device template. That's it,
What
right?
he's asking is there a way to do it uh kind of like and all at once and then pull it out of it? But the answer is
Exactly.
there's no reason to, because if you look at your CLI config, it's broken down into sections. So all Cisco's doing is taking each of those sections and creating a feature template for that section. So you're just basically, like he did with the notepad, you look at your overall config and then you look at the sections and create your little pieces of the pie, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, you see what I mean,
Yeah,
Sheila?
so yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I was just like,
Because different configuration items will do different things. So it's not exactly possible, like all of you create once and doing it. But let me go back here. So let me show you one other feature here, that what you can do on other way around. So you can directly go to this device template, right? And from here directly you can create the device template from feature template.
oh,
Okay, directly suppose use any. And then once you are here, suppose you have to create Cisco systems, then you can click there and then you can click this button, create template. And then you can create the template. So from same place also, you can go and create it, but point here is this, that the same thing. You're asking this baud rate, no problem.
96.
I'll make this default.
default.
So the point here is this, that still, now you can see test. So still you have to go and club everything together.
Right, but at least you don't have to hop all around to create the templates. That's good. At least they did that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like same, you can start and then okay, you have to create it, go here, directly go here and create it and call it back. Like that also you can do.
Yeah.
Just to
My
make the
worry, my worry usually is when I have to like break things down into features. There's a very very high likelihood I might forget something. Well,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Like
it
that
won't
also
let
you
you.
can do. Yeah. That also, in that way also you can.
It won't let you forget something because it'll say you're missing this section.
All right. So before moving to next section, let me quickly go and revert back the template, because the templates that we have, existing template that we have, they have some advanced features that I want to show. So let me do one thing. Let's go back here. Where is our template that we have created today? Generic.
The generic one? Yeah.
Let me detach. Something is happening with TC2 device. Let me go and detach this template. So attachment,
And
same way you
you
can
can
do it.
also have resource groups, so you can group everything based
Yeah.
on your branches and things like that.
Yes, yeah. Can group that. And then let's go back to the template. Once it is done, then I will go and revert back the configuration. So it will help us in our other sections. Let's go back here. Yeah, we have done day number 1. Okay, now we'll move to day number 2, OMP and TLOC. They are very interesting topic, and we should understand OMP and TLOC. I will explain you OMP and TLOC within 1 minute as well. OMP is BGP, TLOC is BGP next hop attribute.
Oh, really?
Done, right?
Why not just give it that name?
I don't know. they have some reasoning.
So that is the OMP and TLOC for us. OMP is nothing but BGP, a lightweight BGP, and TLOC is the next hop attribute for that. So in our diagram, you will see here that the OMP is running between the VSmart. So green boxes are VSmart, within the VSmart and the edge devices, right? And there are so many other features as well that we should understand about OMP. So we will try to understand that. Let me give you one scenario. Let me show you in the slide. I have one very good slide. If you understand that particular slide, you will understand OMP. Let me see, where is that?
And OMC stands for
There is one slide deck just for OMP. Somewhere it will be there. OMP, QS, APIs, policies, I see OMP, TLOC and all.
what does OMP mean again?
Yeah, OMP is nothing but overlay management protocol.
Oh, that's right. Overlay management. Oh, right.
Overlay management protocol, and it is the orchestration. You can think as an orchestration protocol in between the vSmart and the edge devices. So how OMP
Yeah.
is working now in this diagram, you'll understand. Now think this as your SD-WAN fabric. Now, if I ask you that in your SD-WAN fabric, what type of routes you have, so you will go and check, oh, I have my LAN route. Okay. Okay, I have my WAN route, right? Then you will think, oh, I have my firewall or services route. Only these three routes you have in any of the WAN. Forget about this SD-WAN. If we are talking about normal WAN, if
Mm-hmm.
we have normal wide area network, then what type of routes we have? We have LAN routes, we have WAN routes, right? LAN routes means my servers and LAN switches and
LAN, man, WAN. Mm-hmm.
okay, and then you have WAN, and then within the data center you have your firewalls and other security appliances. So those routes are there. Now suppose you are a intelligent device and you have to control everything. How you will control everything?
Well, you usually do an aggregation route, right?
Yeah, means you can go and create some policies and you can control everything, right?
Yeah.
Right. But suppose if you do not have any information or some information, if you do not have any input, then how you will provide the instruction? You got my point. Suppose I have to control the routes within the fabric, and suppose I don't have WAN route, or suppose if I don't have LAN route, then I can't give instruction to LAN and WAN, right?
Right.
Now suppose two branches. Now I am vSmart. There are two branches. Those branches are telling that I want to use internet, but there should be firewall in between that. Now suppose you have to go and create policy from vSmart, and vSmart don't know where is firewall, how it will instruct those branch routes to go towards firewall. It will not, right?
No,
That's
it won't
why,
work.
yeah,
Right.
that's why when we are talking about OMP, so vSmart, so all the devices and vSmart having OMP neighbor relationship, and vSmart is learning those attributes, those LAN routes, WAN route, firewall
Oh, I
routes
see.
with that
Okay.
protocol. So these devices, they have the responsibility to send the OMP update, basically these three parameters to the vSmart. So they are sending their informations to vSmart.
So OMP is really like BGP on a
Yeah,
bigger scale.
yeah, I told you that it's nothing but BGP. And they are using the BGP type of attributes as well. So it's like BGP only. BGP is something that you can't hide. It will come again and again. So you can see here that the vSmart actually is working as a route
Router,
reflector.
route reflector. Yeah.
How it is working? So for example, I am getting some routes from DC1 and DC2, and I am route reflector. That means that I have to go next and reflect those routes to other locations as well. So that means I am receiving the routes, but my responsibility is to send the update as well. So it will send the update as well. But now, because everything is centralized, everything we are getting at one location, and we have the brain, like we are smart having the brain. So from
Right.
vSmart, it can be controlled. You can create filter policy, you can create the routing policy, you can create a redirection policy, segmentation policy, traffic engineering policy. All such of features we have within vSmart, termed as a central policy, from where you can go and manage the route manipulation. You can do from one place, right? So
So
yeah.
are you saying invariably that I have two sites, two branch sites? So each time they need to communicate with each other, they still have to get to the
Yes,
VA smart to
you're 100%
before
right.
getting to.
Yeah, you're 100% right. So that means that if branch 1 and branch 2 wants to communicate, first of all, they will send their routes to vSmart, and then vSmart, what it will do, it will exchange the route in the OMP update to these devices. Now, if you do not exchange the route, so it will be like a one-way type of communication. If you want to send only few routes, you can do some filter and send it, right? So all control mechanism, it will be done. It's up to vSmart how it will go and control the routes. That's why it's like very powerful. If
So
you
that
control
means
vSmart policy, you can control everything in the fabric.
both control and data plane goes goes to the V smart.
Control plane only, data plane, no data plane,
Okay,
control
control
plane.
plane
Yeah,
only,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay, good. Okay,
yeah,
it makes sense then. Because
yeah,
I was going to say, is that not the limitation of the MVPN
yeah,
phase one? Yeah. So okay.
yeah. So only the control, because still the actual data will move in between the IPsec tunnel within the branches or data center. Now, there is one very interesting aspect here, and let's discuss about that aspect. Let me clean this. That is one of the question we have here. If we understand, then our understanding will be very clear. Okay, okay, I'll do one thing. Let me go and do the whiteboarding so we'll understand that. Very important thing. So suppose we have two branch, say this is branch 1 and this is branch number 2, and suppose I have one VSmart, only one VSmart, and suppose we have two ISP, ISP1, ISP2, right? So suppose this is 1, this is suppose 2. Now suppose we have one route here, 10.1.1.0/21 prefix, that is going to the VSmart. So it can go via this direction, right? Or the same prefix, it can go via this direction, right? So now when VSmart will receive this route called 10.1.1.0 slash, for example, 24, how VSmart will come to know that it is coming via ISP1 or ISP2?
From OMP.
With OMP, it got the route, right? So OMP, from OMP, it learned the route that, okay, this is 10.1.1.0/24, but how he will come to know that it is coming from ISP1 or ISP2, like MPLS or internet? Until unless that particular route having some TLOC attribute. So
Oh, okay.
here,
That's where that other part of it comes in. Okay.
yeah, the concept comes TLOC. TLOC is nothing but BGP next hop type of attribute. It will tell. So what is there in TLOC? Within TLOC, we have basically three main parameters. We have in TLOC,
Obviously.
yeah, we have system IP, although it has so many attributes, but three main attribute system IP, color, and encapsulation. Now we have seen earlier while doing the device configuration that we have two different type of color. One is MPLS, one was some biz internet, or maybe color red, blue, orange, whatever we can have. But here you have the color. Now point here again, one point here is this, that maybe this device having system IP 1.1.1.1. This is system IP. So still when this route, that when VS Smart will receive, so VS Smart now
Yeah,
can
it will
ident-
now know that that's 1.1.1 or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, so it is coming via this and with the TLOC information of 1.1.1.1, and then the color is, for example, MPLS. So let me go and write MPLS and then IPsec. So TLOC, and then again it is getting. Why this is important? Because once you do not understand that how you are receiving the route, then how you will send the route. So it is important to understand. So again we have 111, but this time color is different. This time color is base internet or green or red IPsec. So now the VA Smart will understand with help of TLOC that, oh TLOC, thanks to telling me that it is coming via internet or coming via MPLS. That's the importance we have with the TLOC. And that's why when we are studying OMP having three different types of route. OMP having OMP routes, that is nothing but all your LAN route or services, LAN route, or maybe your branch is connected with some router. I'll mark here as a LAN routes. Then we have TLOC route, very much like kind of not 100% same, kind of like WAN routes or next hop routes. And then location of firewall or IPS IDS or VPN routes. So TMP having only these three routes, since OMP having these three routes, if these three routes VS Smart will understand, so VS Smart can manipulate the entire fabric. Okay, you are able to understand this concept?
Well, how does it know the location of the firewall? I mean, what is that? Is that if that's in the configuration, it'll carry that over to the TLOC will carry that over to the.
Yeah, that's good question. So let me quickly show you here. So if I go to, okay, let me quickly revert back the template and then, oops, then I will show you that location. Yeah, it is part of configuration. With configuration, we are telling, let me quickly go and revert the configuration DCVH1, attach the device, and I'll show you the configuration.
Yeah, because I didn't see that in what you were showing us. So
Yeah, I will show you. Just a second. Now they lost their variables. Okay, you can see that I don't have a variables. No problem. I'll revert back. So now again, I have to oops,
so
put
there's
these
default gateway,
parameters.
default.
Yeah, for VPN 10, 20, and all those things. We don't have that, but no problem. I'll do something for that. So now here we are. Let me quickly show you that how it come to know. We have taken the configuration backup. If you go to VPN 10, you can see within VPN 10, we have service firewall and firewall IP.
Okay.
So with this configuration, VS Smart will come to know. And again, you will see within VPN 10, we are doing one thing. So you will see
Yeah, you're
OMP,
advertising it into OMP. Yeah,
static
there you go.
unconnected.
Yeah,
So with this, the OMP will come to know about this type of configuration.
got it.
Right? Okay. All right. So let me see here. So I
So
was
all
telling,
services are basically advertised into OMP.
yeah. So OMP having three routes, show OMP. If you go type show OMP question mark, you
Oh,
will see
neat.
that it has routes, services, and
Mm,
TLOC. These
and
three important
TLOCS.
parameters it has:
Okay.
routes, TLOCs, and services. So if you go and do the services, it will give you the firewall location. At the moment it is not there, but I'll show you that. Then if you go and check the OMP
TLOC.
routes, yeah, that is the route. At the moment we don't have any service side VPN in this, so that's why it is not coming out, but I will show you in 10-15 minutes. I'll revert back the configuration. I'll show you that. Let me do one thing. Let me quickly go to the CH device where we haven't break the configuration, and show in the CS devices you have to use this keyword called SD-WAN. See here we have all the routes that is coming from the SD-WAN. Then show SD-WAN OMP services. If it has, it will come. Otherwise, yeah, it can see coming from the data center. And likewise, you can go and check the TLOCS. So all these three routes, and you can see long list of attributes like we have in the BGP.
Hmm.
Here also you have all those attributes. Basically, it is three main parameters: system IP, color, and encapsulation. So my VSmart should know from where I am receiving and how I am sending the routes. Apart from that, if you go to VSmart, I told you earlier that OMP is within the VSmart and from VSmart to VH. So now you go here, and if you type show OMP peers, you will see that it is
Mhm.
peering with the edge devices and one
And
of the
vSmart.
VSmart,
Yep. Yep.
right? So likewise, we have such type of uh, configuration. And now if you see this column here, for example, one of the branch, so OMP receiving 14 routes, sending 34 routes. Now if you go to
Hmm.
CH, and it is not installing anything. Why? Because it is not in the data path. If you go here and check OMP peers, now you will see that we are receiving 34 routes. Who is sending? VSmart is sending 34. So VH is receiving 34, installing 20, and it is sending 20 routes, right?
Or sending 14. Yeah.
Yeah. So likewise, we have the breakups.
And there's also a show TLOCS path or something like that.
And yeah, means you should know the path. So TLOC path is nothing but what is your next hop attributes. TLOC means next hop, like that you can think. So suppose if this device having two ISP connection, that means it will show you two path. So one is showing MPLS, one is showing internet, like
Yeah.
that, because
Uh-huh.
it is
Cool.
yeah, connected with different data center and branches. So that's why you can see multiple TLOCs, but system IP, color, encapsulation. System IP, color, encapsulation.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
we
that's
are,
cool.
we are doing good. So what we can do now, let's quickly do one lab related to OMP, and then we'll take break. So you can see OMP, TLOCS, and then there is one lab. So let's do that. What we will do here, let me quickly bring up one of the branch. If you go in this dashboard, you need to go and bring one of the branch which is not there, that is branch 2. So if I go here to the template, close that. So let me go and bring up branch 2, and then I will give you the lab scenario, so you will understand more about the OMP and how it is working behind the scene. So we'll go to the device template. Branch 2 template is there, but nothing is attached. So we'll go here and attach
The device.
the device. This is the serial ID, which is discovered there in this lab section. You have that, but you have to go and upload the variable, that variable there in the maybe desktop. Yeah, SD-WAN demo, CSV here. Upload this. Just to the next.
So you
And
created those ahead of time?
yeah, it is there in our lab. So yeah, variable is there for your reference. And then you come here and bring that WAN up. So now that branch will come up. What we will do now, let me quickly give you the scenario here. So what we want to do. So I am bringing up one of the branch, that is branch number 2. That branch system IP is 10.4. Maybe 0.1. We'll see that what is the system IP. Maybe this is the system IP. And that particular branch, what we will do, that we will go inside VPN 10, we'll create one loopback. Say interface loopback 10. I'll go and give one IP 10.10.10.10, and then we'll go to OMP and we'll do redistribute connected. So what will happen once we'll do this configuration? That means that this configuration. So what
Yeah, we should
protocol?
see 10.10.10 at vSmart.
Yeah. So here, what protocol we are running? Static or connected, means interface is connected. Or maybe suppose if you are part of OSPF and all, you can redistribute. You can use redistribute. Actually, this is not the command. Actually, command is, oops.
Control Y.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to delete it. So you can go to OMP, and within OMP we are doing advertise connected, advertise static, advertise. If we have OSPF, we can advertise OSPF. Now this means what? You are telling OMP. Where is OMP? OMP is in between our,
Well, it's edge into vSmart, right?
yeah. So here I have my OMP protocol. So what will happen, that the loopback address that you are creating, right? That loopback address you are putting where? That loopback address you are putting within OMP. And here you have your TLOC. So with help of, so this route will tagged with TLOC, and then slowly it will propagate towards the OMP. Then OMP will learn this route called whatever loopback we have. Suppose we are going to create 10.10.10.10, and since it is route reflector, so now if we go within the VPN 10 of other branch, suppose we have one other branch called branch number 2, or suppose branch 1, because this is branch 2, suppose this is branch number 2. So now if you go to branch number 2, and now if you go to VPN 10, you can see
branch number 1, you mean?
Yeah, branch number 1, VPN 10, you can see 10 10 10, but reverse process is happening here. That means still we have OMP up to this point,
Right.
but
Then OMP has
at this
TLOCS.
branch, but this branch, if we have OSPF running, you should redistribute. So you should go to OSPF and you should redistribute OMP. Obviously, you can use some route policy, because you don't want to take everything from BGP into the IGP. So OMP is very big database. You don't want to blindly redistribute everything within OSPF, whatever you have in OMP. So you can use some sort of route policy, filters, etc., etc. But point here is that redistributing OMP within OSPF, so this route should be reachable to this branch, right? So that's the thing we want to do here. Very simple. The configuration will be very easy, straightforward. At the moment you will create, everything will happen. At the moment I'll go and create the interface, you will see it will be seen. So let me quickly see that my branch 2 is up or running not. Make sure that branch 2 is there. Branch 2 is there. Make sure that we don't have any loopback. So I don't have loopback within VPN 10, right? So we can create one template and attach like a VPN 10 interface and attach here. So what I'm telling here that I can, now you can see the use case related to template. So I can go here. Oops. Close this. Okay, I can go here and I can go to template, feature template, what I want. I can go here. I want VPN interface. This is WS loopback, suppose 10. You can create generic template as well. Then loopback, the name of loopback is loopback 10. Or you can create this as a variable as well. If it is a generic template, then you have to go and give this variable, suppose loopback 10. So once you have this, then you should go to the device template and you should go to this particular branch template, which is attached already. Click edit, go to service VPN, where you have VPN 10 somewhere. You can go to VPN 10, click edit.
Right. And now you can add that template.
VPN interface and then the loopback that we have created. WS VPN, sorry, WS loopback 10. Save it. Now, since you are updating something with variable, it will
It's
ask
going to
you
ask.
about the variable. Yeah. So if you go and click these three dots, it will ask you, give me the loopback address, that is 10.10.10.10 slash maybe 32. Now make sure that template that we have created, we have made that no shut, otherwise this will not come up. I don't
Now,
remember.
I have a question about that. So if it was shut down, I could just
So
go
it
into the
will,
CLI on the device and say no shut, right?
yeah, so if you go to CLI, it will not work because this is managed via the vManage.
So
So
when
it's,
things are managed by vManage, you can't use the CLI to address it.
that's right. You
That's
can't do it.
stupid.
You can't do it because it is managed. So vManage having the superpower. You can't do anything.
Yeah, but that's dumb.
No problem. But you understood that how we can go and do this template attachment, right? While you are creating the template, you should make sure that that template, all the parameters are correct. Otherwise, after attaching it, it will not show you the desired result, right? So
Yeah,
because
it's
you
just that you
asked
should
me,
be able to turn on an interface. If you don't have it on, you should be able to go in and turn that interface on.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
it's kind of restrictive in a way,
yeah,
but it's not that hard to edit the template and turn it on. So
yeah. So since you asked me about that, can we do the changes in the CLI? You can do it, but you have to detach the template. So let me go and detach the template. So I'm detaching the template. So now I can come here to my VH and I can go to the order is like this. Go to VPN 10, then go to interface, give the loopback 10, then
yeah,
IP address, and then 10.10.10.10. Oops. 10.10/32, no shutdown, commit and quit.
Right. I
Now,
understand that. I know you could do it by the CLI. I was asking if the template has set it up and the template did it wrong, can you just turn on the interface? And the answer is no, you have to undo what the template did and redo the template.
yeah, that's right. Now, if you go and check show OMP routes for VPN 10, and if you want to select that particular route, 10.10.10.10/32, so you can see that we are getting this. And if you want to see this in the table format, you can tab. You can see that VSmart is getting the route from two locations, MPLS and internet, with two
Mhm.
TLOCS. This is the TLOC IP color and encapsulation, and putting in their database, their OMP table. Now, if we go to branch 1 and see, and because it is working as a route reflector, so it will go and reflect the route to the other places, right? Show OMP routes for VPN 10, and that is 10.10.10.10. Now you can see how it is receiving. That's the point I want to make. It is receiving from VSmart. How VSmart is receiving? VSmart is receiving from the VEdge or the other VSmart. Right, so you
Mhm.
can
So
visualize the situation, that how exactly routing is happening within the SD-WAN. Correct?
yeah, it's pretty cool.
All right, good job. So let's take a 15-minute break. All right, we are back from the break, and now we'll go and learn about the policy introduction, their theory, and two labs we have to perform. Hub and spoke. This is control lab, control policy lab, and app aware routing policy. That is very important. That is data policy lab. So before going anywhere, let's quickly understand this policy thing, how policy is working, and later on we'll go and perform the lab task. So here we are. Let's go to this place. So in SD-WAN, yes, from VSmart, we can go and push the policy to the edge devices. That's right. And in SD-WAN, when we are talking about policy, so we have basically two types of policy. We have control policy and we have data policy. Now this control policy and data policy, again, this control and data policy having two parts. So you can divide this into two parts. One is centralized policy, so that will become centralized control policy. And other one is the localized control policy or localized data policy, like that. So localized policy. Both the control and the data policy, they have such type of, they have two parts. Okay, so now if you go and give the policy, so policy, you have two different types of policy. You have control policy and you have data policy. And then control policy, centralized, localized, centralized, localized. Now control policy is nothing, it's nothing but the routing policy. Control policy that we are talking about, this is actually routing policy. And we know that from VSmart, you can go and control the route. Data policy is something that will stay with the box. Data policy is very much like specific for the data to be utilized. Control policy is something that will go via the updates, via the OMP updates. So if we go and check the, first of all, the policy hierarchy, and suppose if we have vmanage. So how you create the policy? First of all, you have to go to vmanage. From vmanage, you can go and use the template and policy. So from here, you can create the template or create the configuration. And then we know that VSmart will go and use the, what VSmart will use? VSmart will go and use the, why it is coming like this? VSmart is using the protocol called netconf, right? To push the policy. I want one side arrow, but it is not coming. I'll check later on. So suppose this is the arrow going to one direction. Okay. Let me check why the arrow is not coming here. Okay, this is arrow and arrowhead, arrowhead, right? Wow. I need to check this. But anyways, no problem. I have some. This may work.
Did you just draw an arrow?
Yeah, I just wanted to draw. Okay, no problem. I'll go and use this. Okay, and then I'll go and use this. So you can see the direction. So vmanage will go and use the protocol netconf, right, to configure himself and configure the other devices. So here, this is netconf. Even when we are pushing the template, so template push that we have, that also with the same protocol, that is the netconf. So let me first of all write, this is suppose VH or CH1, and this is VH or CH2, like that we can think. So you have this netconf here also, you have this netconf here also. But we know that when we are talking about creating the, so two things are there, template and policy, right? So we have template in blue color, and let's use this policy in some yellow or orange color. So orange is, sorry, yellow is this policy. So vmanage, what will it will do? Again, it will use netconf to
So the
replicate.
policy is pushed by netconf as well as the configuration template.
Yes, yeah, because that is also part of configuration. But the policy that vSmart will go and push to the devices, they will use the protocol OMP. So with OMP, you asked one question last time, that how these devices, they are forming the IPsec tunnel. What is happening here, that these devices, they have the IPsec tunnel in between them. Suppose this is my IPsec tunnel in the red. Assume that this is IPsec tunnel. What is happening, that with the OMP, so these devices, they are sending some sort of OMP updates. They are sending the OMP to vSmart. With OMP, they are sending not only their OMP routes, but they are sending their key as well. Then vSmart is exchanging the key from different devices, so they can form the IPsec tunnel.
Oh, okay.
So this way, with help of OMP, the key exchange is happening, and then they are forming the data plane tunnel in between them. Okay, now vSmart will use this OMP to send the policy. So with OMP, what are the things will be sent? So with OMP, the IPsec key will get exchanged. IPsec key with OMP, the policy will get pushed. With OMP, what are the things? Routes will get updated. All these things are happening with help of OMP. That's why OMP is very important, and it is like your overlay management protocol. It is managing the keys, the policy, the routes, right? Now on top you can see that we have the policy centralized and localized. When we are talking about control policy, that will be routing policy. That means we as smart has to manage that. So now let's go here and understand the difference. We can see that we have the difference between the actually two types of policies are there. One policy there is the control policy, and one policy there is the data policy. So what is the
Data
difference between the
control and data plane.
control policy and the data policy? Let's try to understand that. Now control policy, there are term. So point number one, term C means configure, A means apply, E means execute. So if CAE will happen at the level of VSmart, that will be control policy. All these things are happening with the level of VSmart, that is the control policy. Second thing here, so let me do one thing. If now you will see the difference. So if C and A, that means the configure and apply will happen with respect to VSmart, but the actual execution will happen at the level of V edge or C edge, that is data policy. Okay.
When you say C edge, you're just saying client edge, right?
Yeah, edge branches, devices, branches where you are pushing the policy.
Got it.
Right. Second thing, second point here is this, that the control policies are unidirectional. Unidirectional.
Unidirectional.
Only one direction, either in
Right.
to out
Or
or
out.
out to in, but they are bidirectional. You don't need to be worried about the direction when you are applying this. Then this control policy will reside, means it will be there at the level of VSmart. VSmart having all these parameters, configuration, everything. But in this is point number 3. But here, if it is data policy, this will be downloaded by the edge device. These are the key difference
downloaded
we
from
have.
where? Downloaded from vSmart?
In their configuration. Yeah, obviously. From where you are pushing the policy? VSmart via OMP. So downloaded, because the execution is happening at what level? Execution is
The
happening
data.
at the data plane.
The
That
data.
means
Right.
execution means
Data.
that it will reside with the data.
So it's okay.
Okay, so these are the
So it's the control policy is always being executed at the level of the vSmart, whereas the data policy can execute the
it will execute at the level of the
device itself.
Device itself. Yeah. Okay, great. So knowing this thing, let's try to understand policy. So policy, either it's a control policy or data policy, the construct is same. Like their look like, their feel, their building block, they are the same. So let's go and try to understand policy itself, policy framework itself. So our policy that we have, what are the ingredients we have within the policy? Let's try to understand. The policy actually having either it's a data or control, applicable for both. The look and feel is the same. First of all, what you will define in the policy, you have to go and define. So let me write here, this policy is for applicable for both. Either it's a control policy or it's a data policy. You have to go and define the interesting traffic, and that will be defined with help of some list. We have one attribute called list here. So let me go here to VS1. Let me show you. You will define, right, that what is the traffic you want to write your policy, which is the interesting party. So if you go here to VSmart, just to show you the policy, and once you are inside the list, if I type question mark app list, you want to write a policy for list of applications, or for list of color, or for list of prefixes, or for list of VPN or site or TLOC or region, right? What is the interested party you want to write the policy? So this is interesting traffic, interested party. I want to write the policy for color, for app, for this, for that, right? So that means that what you want to write for, that means it may be app list, it may be VPN list, it may be color list, it may be site list, it may be any other thing, any other, right? You want to write the application. Then second part is what type of policy. First of all, you choose writing data policy or you're writing control policy, right? And when we are talking about this policy, it's very much like a route map, Cisco route map. Here you have to go and define the policy in a way. So here you have to go and define the policy. The policy construct will be like this, that you go and define the policy. So how I want to define the policy? So I will go and write, say, policy, then say data policy, then the name of the policy. Then you have to go to sequence number 10. The key is MAD. Keyword is MAD. MAD means match, take action. In the action, either you want to accept, drop,
or deny. Okay.
like that. And then you will go to sequence number 20. Again, we will use MA. Then you will go to sequence number 30. Again, match and take action. And finally, you will come out of sequence where you have to give the default action. So this D is actually for default. So finally, by the end of road, you have to tell, okay, default action is accept or reject. This will be the policy construct. So once you are defining the interesting traffic, once you are creating the policy, obviously the final phase will be to apply it, right? So you will go and apply the policy. Apply policy 100% of time it will be with respect to site ID. Always we are applying the policy with respect to site ID. If it is control policy, either in or out. But if it is data policy, then it will be both, in, out.
Both meaning what? Both in and out?
Yeah, both in and out. The same policy is taking the traffic from in to out, out to in. I will explain you about this direction. So what does it mean by this direction? This is policy. This
Well,
direction.
in and out means, that must mean in and out to smart, vSmart.
Yeah, you're right. So suppose you have vSmart and suppose you have S device. Out means And again, my arrow will not work. Yeah. So out means that you are going from VSmart, oops, to edge.
Right.
This is out. Or in
Right.
means this direction.
Right.
Okay. So this is out direction. This is out direction. And this will be in direction. Both the places you have the in direction. This will be your oops, in direction. Means from edge device, you are going
Right.
to towards the VSmart. This is VSmart and the VH.
Right. Right.
Great. So once you understand this, the interesting traffic you have to define the policy in this order, and then you have to apply it. Why not learn this more while creating one policy and understand it? Once you create the policy, we'll understand more, right? So let's go and create one policy related to control policy. Let's take one example. Then we will understand more. Control policy, and we'll take example of multi-topology lab. Okay, so what in this lab, what we want to achieve? First of all, try to understand that what we want to achieve. In our case, we have one data center. Within one data center, we have two edge devices, and then we have two branch. One branch having one device, other branch having one device. This is the data center. Now, let me write here. This is the DC, for example. This is the branch 1, and this is the branch 2. Now we know that by default, all these devices having IPsec connectivity. Suppose this blue color is the IPsec tunnel, and here also you have IPsec tunnel in between them, right? Correct. You have IPsec tunnel.
I've said something between what and what?
By default, all
Oh,
the
branch.
devices,
Yes.
yeah, all
Yes.
the
Yes.
Yeah.
branches within the branches within the data center, by default, you have the IPsec tunnel everywhere,
Right.
right? Now
Hmm.
we know that we have multiple segment. For example, we have VPN 10 that is for corporate traffic, and we have VPN 20 that is for card traffic, PCI traffic. Now what we want that the VPN 20 traffic. So let me go and segregate the color. So assume that the you assume that the red color that I will use, let me go and use. So what we want here now, and let me go and now you know that we have the tunnels, right? So let me remove these tunnels first. By default, VPN 10, VPN 20, everything we have any to any type of full mesh connectivity. Now the use case is this, that for VPN 20, just for VPN 20, we are using red color. It will go via data center, and then it will go to branch. Go data center, and then it will go to branch.
Right.
This behavior is for VPN 20 via DC. And for VPN 10, suppose I'll go and use color black for VPN 10, that will be any to any.
And DC stands for what? Data
Data center,
controller?
data center,
Oh, data center.
Data center.
data center and branches. So
Oh, okay.
for VPN 10 is full mesh VPN, and VPN 20 traffic is going via the data center, and then it is going anywhere. like to other branch. So if
So it's a
branch 1,
mesh, but it's a data center mesh.
yeah, VPN 10 is full mesh, like any to any connectivity. So if I ping packet for VPN 10, if I go and ping, it will directly reach to branch 2, to branch 1, branch 1 to branch 2. It's a full mesh. But if I go and trace route for VPN 20, so VPN 20 will go to DC and then it will go to branch 2. Understand? So this is the use case we want to
But
use.
why? Why is VPN 20? Oh, because it's via the DC?
No, means by default they have full mesh behavior, but you want to support. That's why we are telling this
Oh,
concept
they're
as a
both full
multi.
mesh.
Yeah, we are telling this concept as a multi topology support.
Okay, they're both full mesh though, not just
Yeah,
one.
by default
Oh,
they are full mesh. All VPN have a full mesh connectivity. But if you want to control, you want that corporate traffic should go to data center first and then go to other branch. So
okay,
you
now I
can
got it.
create conditions.
Right. So that's how you can control. That's what the policy can control. Okay.
Yeah. So let me quickly go here to the uh, because we have new lab. So again, we have to go and bring up the branch. Go and connect. Let me go here. And
Yeah, you got
yeah,
add.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so it's logging in and here branches. So once it will come up, then I will show you logging to the devices, but I need to bring up the one of the branch. So let me go and quickly bring up the branch. Configuration, template, device, template. Load. Next. And then, okay, so we want to create that policy. Let's go and create that policy. So for that policy, what are the things required? First of all, phase 1. What is phase 1? Phase 1, we want to create the interesting traffic. So you can go to configuration and then you can see that policies. So centralized policy, localized policy. We are looking for centralized policy. And here you have on top, you can see custom policy. So you can go to custom policy, you can see centralized and localized policy. List, that is interesting traffic. Topology, that is control policy. Traffic policy, that is data policy. And then we have CLI policy as well, but it's not in that much use. Let's go to the list. So I want to control what? I want to control VPN 10 and VPN 20. So I will go to VPN 10 and create VPN 10 whose whose VPN ID is 10, VRF ID is 10, and then I'll go and create VPN 20. Then what I want that VPN 20, that is for card for PCI traffic. I want to set the next hop towards the
Uh,
data center, right?
okay. Okay.
So for that we have to go and create the TLOC.
Because that's a right. That's a routing thing.
Yeah,
TLOC handles that.
towards the DC. The TLOC name is towards the DC, and we'll set the system IP, color, encapsulation. Then we'll add 0 dot system IP, color, and encapsulation. Since I have two devices.
Oh, right.
One
Both
is,
interfaces, you want
yeah,
both data to go that way.
yeah, IPsec. And then I have last one, the system app 10102 MPLS IPsec. So my TLOC list got created because this is my next hop where I want to redirect VPN 20.
So you could actually have VPN 20 going two different directions, right? Because you don't need to redirect the MPLS. You could leave that going the other way, right?
Okay, I'll explain you that. Just a second. Let me complete. So TLOC site and where you want to apply this policy. I told you that apply policy 100% of the time the branches. So all the branches having site ID 300 and 400. So I want to apply it to the 300 and 400. I'll come back to your question. So what you are asking, see, I have two transport in my case. I have MPLS and I have internet. So they will
Yeah.
form the IPsec tunnel over MPLS, over internet both, right? So I'm not restricting the transport. I'm restricting my VPN. So my VPN 20 will prefer DC while reaching to other branch, but my VPN 10 can move anywhere to anywhere.
Yeah, no, I was saying to you though, if VPN 20, if I only did one part of that, right? Then
Default is any to any. Yes, you're right. So if I go and control only VPN 20, so 10 will be automatic. Yeah, you're right.
okay. Okay.
Because
So
default,
invariably,
yeah, default behavior is any to any. Yeah. So if you create one rule, a specific rule, other will be by default. So we created interesting traffic. Now let's go and create the control policy. You can see, I can go and click. See, hub and spoke is there, but we want to control our own. So we'll create our own. So WS, starting with workshop, multi topology, VPN control. So now click sequence type and use this route. Now in this, we'll go to sequence. You know that MAD rule, match and take action. You can see match and action, match and action. And then by the end, you have this default action. So match, action, match, action, match, action, and then default action. So what we want to match for VPN 10, I want to match everything, right? So we'll go and match the VPN 10 that we have created, VPN 10. And in the action, simply we will accept everything in VPN 10 allowed, like that we are creating. Click save. Now again, I'll go to other sequence rule. This time I want to match the VPN. So I want to match the VPN 20, but for this VPN, and although you can see that I'm not taking any prefix, by default it will take all the routes 000/0 up to 32. I'll show you that. This time we want to take the action, but in the action, we want to set that action, right? What you want to set? You want to set the TLOC. Where you want to set? TLOC towards the DC. And then
All
you
right,
have
this is
the,
your match. Yeah, your match action. Right, right, right. The default action will be accept.
yeah,
Right.
and then default
Oh, that's
action,
cool.
right? And then you can save this. So now you can see simply we have created this policy. We have the list. The final thing is to apply that policy. While applying the policy, now you come back to the central policy, like we are creating for feature templates. Remember, creating a small feature templates, and then we are creating one big template. Here also, simply you can go to centralized policy and create the policy, and then you can add those parameters. So since I have created the list, so I can see the list here. I can see the TLOC here. I can go next. This is my control policy segment. I can click add the topology, import the existing policy. What is my existing policy? Just now we have created WS. So now it is got imported. Do you have any VPN membership policy? No, I don't have. Then it will ask you about data policy, app route policy, traffic policy, cflow. I don't have all these. I can go next. Then the final page. This is WS multiple WS twice, but it's okay. It's just the name. I can remove this. This is my policy name. Now topology. Now it will ask you the direction and the site. So I want to apply this to the outbound direction from VSmart to all the branches in the outward direction. You can see outbound site, click add. And now if I click preview, you can see the CLI version. So you can see control policy, match the route for VPN 10, any prefix. This is coming from the controller. This is coming from the vmanage. Vmanage is putting this value, any prefix. What is any prefix? 0000/32/0 less than 32. Everything within VPN 10. Then 20, all the routes set towards the data center, TLOC. Default action accept. Then we have the list. Then we have the TLOC list. Then we have the VPN list. Then we have the VPN list. Then we have the prefix list. Final piece, part 3, apply it. We are applying to the branches. Now I will save this policy. There is no harm on saving the policy. You have to go here and choose your policy and click activate. Once you activate, then only what will happen? vManage will push to VSmart. VSmart will send via OMP update.
Yeah, right.
Right, but we'll not do this. We'll go back to the devices. We'll make sure that the action is any to any at the moment. So let's go here to all the devices. For example, CH, and at least we need to branch 2 and branch 1 to see this. So now if we are here in branch 1, if you go and check show IPsec inbound connection, you will see it has connection with data center. This is 10.1 is data center, 10.3 is branch 1, 10.1 is data center, 10.3 is branch 1. So now you can see it has all the connection. All the connection means if I go to this place here, if I go and to show IP interface brief, just to take what is the VPN 10 IP and 20 IP. This is VPN 10 IP. If I come here, if I trace route VPN 10, one hop, directly it is going right. If I trace route VPN 20, this is the VPN 20, this IP, one hop, directly it is going right. So you can see why it is showing this. Is any policy? No, none of policy is there. 10 164.030 164.030, where it is, we'll see that you should not have any policy. We'll see. Okay, so what I'm telling here is this, that you can verify these things from the dashboard as well. Let's go back to the dashboard. I'll show you one very interesting feature here. You can go to the menu, you can go to monitor, you can go to devices, you can go to branch 2 VH1, and here on below you will see some troubleshooting, and here you will see trace route. And now if I give the IP, destination IP, what was that? 10.3.20.2, VPN is 20, and we trace route. It is going towards this IP. What is this 164.030? Let's see. So if I am here, if I see this, like The peer
Oh,
IP,
so it's
right?
a /30. You have a /30 between Gigabit Ethernet 3. You can just see what that is.
There's a peer IP, right? Means directly it is going to the one location to the other location, right? Now let's do one thing. Let's go here. Oops. Activate the policy. Let's do this and see the change. I'll go here. I'll go here, click activate. You will see it will go to the both the vSmart. It will go and push the policy. At the moment in the vSmart, if you go and check show run policy, now it got pushed. That's why it is showing. So this policy we have created, and if you see here the log, it will tell you successfully this policy has been pushed from vmanage to vsmart, from vmanage via netconf to vsmart, from vsmart via omp to the edge devices. So this policy is here, and now you're seeing these tunnels, right? Now you'll see tunnels will be there. Obviously tunnels will be there, but if you trace route, see this IP, this is data center IP.
Right,
But
the traffic's been redirected. Yep.
yeah, but if you trace route for 10, it will go directly. So that's the change we have, with one policy, this thing is happening.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Very interesting, right? Now, good thing about this policy is this, that once you learn any of the policy, the format will be the same. So now, left here.
Oh, so if you want to do a data policy.
Yeah. So suppose if you want to do some app route policy, cflowd policy, cflowd is a data policy. So let's just start with cflowd policy, and I must have document related to, you will see one PPT calling policy, Viptela policy. Yeah, this one. And you can go through it. I have explained everything in that. So there is one policy called cflowd. Cflowd is nothing but the net flow. I told you earlier that the net flow policy is data policy. If it is a data policy, it will be downloaded via the edge device. So in this, you will go and you have to create one extra thing, that is the cflow template. Rest everything is very much same. So what I'm telling, the construction of this policy will be very easy. You can go here, configuration policies. Now this is part of central data policy, or you can go here on top. You can see this traffic policy is nothing but the cflow policy. So you can go first of all to cflow. This is my cflow template. Okay. And
Well, it's not a template, right? It's a policy.
yeah, it's a policy, but in this policy you have four things. You have to create one template as well, where you want to send your flow, where you want to send your net flow.
Oh,
You have
okay.
some external collector whose port number is 4739. Transport is UDP, so some pseudo random IP I will use, and we'll create this cflow template as well, giving some number for inactivity and activity, sampling and all, right? And then you have to define the collector. Collector, suppose this is in VPN 10, that's IP is 3.3.3.3. Port number is 4739. Transport, I want to do sampling for UDP traffic. Source interface is suppose gig E 0/1. So you have to create the template, save the cflow. This is not the policy actually. We have created the template. This is the template, because policy anyways you have to create within the data policy segment. So now you have to create one data policy for cflow. some variation there in the cflowd only. Custom. Now what you want? See the policy here. Policy is telling VPN 10. Suppose for VPN 10, match protocol 17, action accept, default drop.
Okay.
So match VPN 10. Somewhere you will see VPN. Oh, you know one thing there in data policy, they will not give you option related to VPN here, but if when you apply the policy, at that time you can see the VPN. So leave that. Match just the protocol. UDP is protocol 17. TCP is protocol number 6. Match the 17. Take action. What action? Accept. In that what? cflowd. Save this condition.
You
Default
could put
action.
the protocol, couldn't you? You could put UDP in there instead of 17, right?
Yeah. So in this field, in the match field, they are asking about only this option we have. Yeah, you can use anything. Yeah, you can use source prefix data. All these things you can use. There is no restriction. Destination region, source port, destination port. You know, anything you can choose from this list. Application
Right. So
family also you can use.
I'm saying, couldn't you put the word UDP down there? Because I think
No.
UDP is up there in the list at the top, isn't it?
Yeah, we can use it. Where you have seen that UDP have seen, yes, we can use it. TCP I can see. UDP where it is, let's see. UDP was there. TCP you can see.
Yeah, I think UDP
UDP is
is not there.
is not there actually. But anyways,
Huh.
means you match it and take the action
Okay.
that cflowd, and then the default action by default it will be by default it will be drop only. Save this policy. So now you have the template. Now you have the policy. What you want? You want to apply it, right?
To a device or to the.
Yeah, so let me show you interesting thing. So we have one policy. I will go here and click edit, and in this I will go to the data, traffic data. Okay, let's go to this traffic rules. You can see traffic data, add the policy, import the existing cflowd policy that we have created, import it, then cflowd template that we have created, import it, save the policy. Now it will not work until unless you will apply this policy also. So we have the cflowd policy because it should be applied to the selected site. Suppose this is also applied to all the branches, and it will ask you, because since it's the data policy, it should ask us the VPN as well. Where is my VPN? Okay, this is cflowd. Let's go to traffic data. See, add the site and the VPN. Site is all the branches, and the VPN also it is asking. VPN is VPN. Suppose corp VPN is VPN 10. Add it. Now if you go click preview, cannot say policy, add VPN list or site corp VPN. You can see all the branches. Let's see the oops. See the, oh, it's not saved actually. Should click add and preview. Now you can see the cflowd template. Here you have. It has been added. Those lines of configuration has been added, and now we are updating the policy to vsmart. From vsmart it will go to the edge devices. Other devices are not there in edge device. The edge device will download this policy. You can see now you have the
So Activate really sends the intelligence to vSmart to say there's this policy to apply, and then vSmart says, okay, let's apply it, and controls it. Yeah.
Yes. So this you can see now the data policy downloaded to edge device. You can see,
Mm-hmm.
right? and it is applicable like that. So that's the difference actually in control and data. Even you can see the direction for the data policy. So if you go and check show policy, uh, show policy and apply action, or show apply action, something, show policy, okay, show run policy apply. Oops. Let me see how I can go and check the policy which is apply. Let's show apply. No. You can see anyways, the apply policy direction for data policy is from services. It's like both in, out, out, in. But for control policy direction, you have to specify out or in, into, out. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can check the logic is same. There's no much difference in the logic and all. Then we have one very interesting policy called app route policy. App route policy is again, it's a policy where you have to define the application. So let me write here. At least you'll understand the concept. See, define the app list. For example, I will go and define the app list as a SIP traffic. App list as a, or like this, web-based. For example, web-based, where I will add HTTP, HTTPS, and then video, audio type of traffic, and there I will go and define the audio, SIP. What is the other? RTP, you can see. Then you have to define the SLA class. So for web, what is loss, latency, jitter,
Oh,
and
wow.
for
Okay.
video and this audio, what is loss, permissible loss, latency, and jitter. These are the permissible loss, latency, jitter. Now if SLA will not match, then from MPLS redirect to internet, or from MPLS drop, because there may be use cases that you never want to redirect to internet. So that option is there. That option is called strict action, is strict. Or in all the cases you want to do MPLS versus internet load balancing. All these options are there that you can do. So what is the idea about application aware routing? Create the application list, create the SLA. If SLA will get breached, take action.
When you say the app list, is that specifically each application that you've made a template for?
Yes. Let me go here. Let me show you that. First of all, let me clean my drawing. And if you go here to the policy and you want to create the policy, suppose I'll create, now we can see here application. So I have this applications.
wow.
You can create it. So I will go and utilize this. I have SIP, I have HTTPS, I have web, right?
Right.
In web, what entries are there? Web DE. In SIP, what is their audio video family? Let me just show you one example. Suppose I have a web based traffic, and in this web based traffic application family, I can choose, I can filter. Suppose HTTP, let's see, web, see I have web and webmail. Simply I can choose the application. Once you go and choose the application, that means in that application, in that family, you are taking all those application in that family, because what we are doing, we are choosing the family itself. right? So within
Right.
that family, everything will fall back, web and webmail. Anything related to web like HTTP, HTTPS and other traffic, webmail related traffic will fall, right? So one application we have web, and other application, maybe I'll go and use the CPAP, audio video family. So let's go and create our audio video family, application family. If I go and search audio from the search bar, audio, you can see audio video. I can go and add this as, so I have the interesting traffic. Now here in this list, you can see the SLA class. I'll go and create the SLA, say WS underscore, for example, A underscore audio video SLA. What I want with this, if loss is more than 100, oh, 100. If loss, anyway,
3,
loss will,
70.
if loss
3%.
is, for example, if latency is 100, okay, then we'll change the path. Like that will create the condition, but I'll use only latency here at the moment just to show you. But you can use loss, latency, jitter, everything, right? Then for what was that other application we created? Web. So WS web based. Here if latency is 200, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So we have created our SLA class that we can go and create anything. WS web and what was the other we created?
A video.
A. So this also I'll start the name A just to search this, that we have created this. So our SLA is starting name with A. So now you have the interesting traffic. Now you have the site list. Now you have the VPN list. Now you have the app list. Everything you have. You can go next. This page is belonging to the control policy. You have to go next where you can see app route policy. Yes, I want to create the policy, new policy. This is my AAR policy, application aware routing policy. I want to add a sequence. What I want to match? I want to match application family whose name is web-based traffic. With this, what action I want to take? I want to take action that my SLA
But
class
SLA
is,
class on it.
yeah,
Right.
SLA class. Suppose this is that we have created something A, right? Now you see here the preferred color. So preferred color is, I will use MPLS for this. And now in bottom you can see drop, means if MPLS will match, it will go. If MPLS SLA will not match, simply drop it. If I choose this. Load balance means that MPLS internet MPLS fall back to the base path. It will go, come back, go, come back, right? So it will do the load balance. And now here itself you can see backup color. So I can go and add the backup as well. And in backup, I will add the internet. That is my other transport, right? So this I can save it. Now I have other policy. I can create one copy of this and click this pencil button to edit. What is the application? We have some web application, web audio video families, family, audio video family. You can see this. Now what you want to do here in this? In this, I want to use the SLA that we created for audio video, something called a, let me scroll a little bit up. You can see this audio video SLA. And this, what is the preferred color? There's also MPLS. The backup is internet, or it's up to us. You want to do a strict opt or something. So I will do one thing, web application. I will just to show you that, yeah, we have the options, but you can understand, right? Options are
Mm-hmm.
there. Okay, but anyways, both the application I have uses the same condition. Default action is enabled. Once we'll go and club this, then I can show you that exactly how this look like. So once we go and apply this, then we can see the CLI preference of this application aware routing policy, AIR policy. You have to choose the VPN. I will go and choose this, choose the site. So for example, all the branches, and then it should ask you the VPN list. So for example, I'll go and use VPN 10 and VPN 20, and I should click add button, and let me show you the policy. Here you have policy. See, we have created SLA, right? We
Mhm.
have created the family for the traffic, web traffic. You can see here this AR VPN. Then you will see that for my VPN, for web traffic, what is the action? Prefer MPLS fallback internet. For audio video, prefer MPLS fall internet. And then we have the VPN. So do we have extra policies here? Let's see. Let's go back. Go back. Okay. Do we have
So
extra?
from this config preview,
Mhm.
let's say I want to edit the source IP. Is that possible, or I have to go back to the template just now?
Oh, you gotta go to the
This is
template.
this is the
Ugh.
preview. We have to go to template to
Ugh.
do any edit. Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I
Okay.
mean, if you
From
make
here
a
you
mistake
can't
on the
edit. Yeah. So we
template, you
have,
got to go back to the template.
yeah, you have sequence
Uh,
1 and 11, and then list and all those. You can see the list of family that we have chosen. For audio video, this is, and for web, Microsoft Office audio application, this ERP web peer-to-peer data, because we have selected the family and then we have applied to all the branches. Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to go to the template if you want to edit it, or you can go here to custom policy and you can search your policy. So go to traffic policy, and now you can see in bottom we have AR. You can click here and click edit, and now you can edit it.
Yeah, you still have to be back in the policy to do it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go and apply this policy. You need to go and activate this policy. Once you click activate, this policy will be activated.
For all branches.
Yeah, for the branches. And now if you go here and see the VS Smart policy, you can see this AR policy get pushed. And now if you go to the branch, if you see from VS Smart, because it is a data policy, it get pushed to the edge devices, means execution is happening at the level of edge device. And now if you go and see the traffic pattern, so let's go here, and there is one option here called simulate flow from branch to what will I'll send traffic to data center. What application? SIP, or what is there? RTP is there. RTP audio. Let's see how it is going. So from branch to data center, it is using internet, MPLS, internet, MPLS, MPLS. Wow. It is using both the tunnel, internet and MPLS, the flow.
Yeah, that's cool.
Right. So what we can do now, let's see what we can do. If I increase the latency, then it will not use MPLS, right? It should only go via the internet, correct?
If you increase the what? The latency?
Yeah,
latency.
latency. If you go
Yes,
and
over
increase
the
the
threshold.
latency,
Yeah, if it's
so
over the
Yes.
threshold, sure. Yeah.
so we can go here to this and we'll go to branch 2 and MPLS. Now Open one more tab here to show you this. So it's loading. I just wanted to show you this verification that monitor and devices and branch 2 VH1, and here you are in the real time. You want to see the app route stats. Okay, so you will see that can show you that. Let me scroll down. You can see the let me go scroll this up. You can see the loss latency because we have added the latency, so it is showing the latency is increasing. Now if I refresh this page, this counter will increase. So oops, 300 average, you can see packet. So now it is breaching the latency. What parameter we have put the SLA? Let's see. Parameter we have put the SLA was over the, what is the SLA parameter we have? Let's see the SLA. Latency, right? Latency. We have increased the latency, and now what is the latency here?
300.
Latency is 300, right? So that means if we go and simulate the flow, it's not showing like what I want to show. Okay, let me go to the CLI. From here you will understand more. So if I go here and do show policy tunnel path VPN 10, and the interface is this. Source IP, my source is 10.4.0.1. Destination IP is 10.1.0.1, and protocol is 17, that's a UDP, and app is RTP. So now you can see that it is going via internet, right? Now I'll go back here and remove the latency. I remove the latency here, and now if I refresh the page, you will see that the latency can scroll down from 300, it will be less. Now you can see latency gone. So means if less latency will be less than 100, so it will prefer MPLS, right? If you increase the latency, it will go via internet. If you remove it, it will go via the preferred path. That was the app aware routing policy.
Very cool.